I've spent 15 years as a land surveyor, which is a fancy way of saying I get paid to walk into places that most people have the good sense to avoid. I'm comfortable with isolation. I'm comfortable with the way the woods sound when the sun starts to dip below the tree line and the shadows begin to stretch out like long, thin fingers. But there is a specific kind of silence you only find in the high desert of Nevada, a silence so heavy it feels like it's pressing against your eardrums, trying to force its way inside your head. That's where I was 3 years ago, near the edge of a jagged limestone ridge about 40 miles outside of Ely. I wasn't supposed to be there for work. I was scouting a personal project, a stretch of land my grandfather had left in a messy, half-forgotten will. It was rugged, beautiful, and completely empty, or so I thought. The mistake I made was the most basic one in the book. I didn't tell anyone exactly which canyon I was heading into. I had my gear, my 4x4, and a sense of arrogance that comes with a decade of surviving the backcountry. I arrived at the base of the ridge around 2:00 p.m. The air was dry, tasting of sagebrush and dust. As I hiked upward, I spotted it, an opening in the limestone, tucked behind a cluster of fallen boulders. It wasn't on any of my topographical maps. It was a throat cave, a narrow vertical slit that widened into a dark, cool chamber. The moment I stood in front of it, the temperature dropped 15 degrees. I felt that first prickle on the back of my neck, the one your body gives you when it realizes you've stepped out of the food chain and into a blind spot. I should have turned around. Instead, I stood at the mouth of that black hole, and out of some stupid, youthful impulse to hear the acoustics, I cupped my hands and shouted into the dark. "There's anybody in there?" My voice bounced deep into the earth, echoing 3, 4, 5 times before fading into nothing. I laughed, the sound hollow and brittle. "Just me," I muttered to myself. I stayed for a few minutes, tossing a pebble into the dark to gauge the depth, hearing it clatter down a long, sloping floor. Then, feeling a sudden, inexplicable urge to be back in the sunlight, I hiked back down to my truck to set up camp for the night. The afternoon passed with the kind of mundane routine that usually grounds me. I checked my tires, ate a tin of lukewarm beans, and organized my notes. But as the sun began to sink, turning the desert sky a bruised purple, the wind died down completely. That's when I heard it. It was faint, coming from the direction of the ridge. It sounded like a recording played on a loop, distorted by distance. "Is anybody in there?" I froze, a spoonful of beans halfway to my mouth. My heart didn't just race, it hammered. I told myself it was an echo, a freak atmospheric trick where the sound had been trapped in a pocket of cold air and finally rolled out. But sound doesn't take 4 hours to travel 200 yards. I sat in total stillness, my eyes locked on the dark silhouette of the ridge. Then 10 seconds later came the second sound. It was my own voice again, but the pitch was slightly off, vibrating with a mechanical, vibrating quality that made the hair on my arms stand straight up. Just me. I didn't move for a long time. I sat there in the cab of my truck, the door locked, staring at the ridge until the stars came out. I tried to tell myself it was a hiker with a recorder, or maybe some bored teenagers playing a prank, but there were no other tire tracks on the dirt road for 20 miles. There was no light on the ridge. There was only the dark and the growing realization that the cave hadn't just echoed my voice, it had memorized it. By 10:00 p.m., the logic I usually relied on began to fracture. If it was a person, why wait 4 hours? If it was an animal, what kind of predator mimics a human sentence with perfect syntax? I grabbed my high-lumen flashlight and stepped out of the truck, the gravel crunching beneath my boots like breaking bone. I needed to see. I needed to prove there was a speaker, or a person, or something I could understand. As I panned the light across the base of the ridge, the beam caught something. Not a person, not an animal. It was a pile of stones that hadn't been there when I hiked up that afternoon. 3 small cairns, perfectly balanced, sat right at the spot where I had started my ascent. They were fresh. The dust on the stones hadn't even blown away yet. My stomach did a slow, nauseating flip. To build those, someone, or something, would have had to be standing exactly where I was standing, watching me eat my dinner, watching me sit in my truck, and they had done it in total silence. I backed up toward the truck, my light shaking in my hand. I decided right then that the land wasn't worth the dread. I reached for the door handle, but I stopped when a new sound drifted down from the ridge. It wasn't my voice this time. It was the sound of my truck door slamming shut, except my door was still open. The sound was identical, the same metallic thud, the same rattle of the window glass. Then came the sound of my own keys jingling. It was coming from the mouth of the cave, loud and clear, as if the cave itself was practicing being me. I didn't wait to hear what came next. I scrambled into the driver's seat, fumbled the keys into the ignition, and cranked the engine. The headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating the path ahead. Just as I shifted into reverse, I saw a shape at the very edge of the light's reach, near the first cairn. It wasn't a person. It was too thin, its limbs long and angled like a dead branch, and it was hunched over in a way that suggested it wasn't used to having a spine. It didn't have clothes, and in the harsh white glare of the LEDs, its skin looked like wet parchment. It didn't run, it didn't hide. It just stood there, and as I floored the accelerator, kicking up a cloud of dust and gravel, I heard it one last time. It wasn't a shout, it was a whisper, right against the back of my neck, even though the windows were rolled up and I was alone in the cab. "There's anybody in there?" The voice didn't come from the air. It came from the speakers of my radio, which wasn't even turned on. I drove for 3 hours without looking at the rearview mirror. I didn't stop until I hit the bright, humming neon lights of a gas station in Ely. I pulled up to the pump, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip the steering wheel. I sat there for a long time, breathing in the scent of gasoline and exhaust, never feeling more grateful for the ugly, noisy reality of civilization. The next morning, I went to the local ranger station. I didn't tell them about the voices. I didn't want to be flagged as a head case. I just told them I'd seen someone trespassing on the ridge near the old limestone cut. The ranger, a guy in his 60s with skin like an old glove, didn't look up from his clipboard. "The throat cave?" he asked. "I don't know the name," I said. "Just a slit in the rock about 40 miles out." He stopped writing and looked at me then. His eyes were flat, devoid of any surprise. "We don't go up there," he said simply. "Not after dark, not since the 90s. "Why?" I asked, my throat dry. "People leave things behind," he muttered, returning to his paperwork. "Voices, mostly. The locals say that place is like a sponge. It soaks up whatever it hears. The problem is, once it learns a voice, it likes to keep using it to see if it can get the owner to come back and fetch it." I left the station without another word. I sold the land a month later to a developer for half of what it was worth. I didn't care about the money. I just wanted my name off the deed. I wanted to sever any connection I had to that ridge. But the thing about a voice is that you carry it with you. Sometimes, when I'm in my house alone and the TV is off, I'll hear a floorboard creak in the hallway. And then, just as I'm about to drift off to sleep, I'll hear a faint, distorted whisper coming from the air vent in the corner of my room. "Just me," it says. And the worst part isn't the sound. The worst part is that every time I hear it, the voice sounds a little bit more like me than it did the time before. It's learning, and I have a feeling it's not going to stop until it sounds more like me than I do. I didn't go back to Nevada. I stayed in my apartment in Boise, surrounded by the comforting hum of a city that never truly sleeps. For the first few months, I convinced myself that the whisper in the vent was a lingering symptom of post-traumatic stress. I was a man of maps and measurements. I believed in things that could be plotted on a grid. A voice in a vent was just wind through the ductwork, or perhaps a neighbor's television leaking through the drywall. But the mathematics of my life were beginning to fail. By the 6-month mark, the mimicry began to evolve. It wasn't just the words anymore. It was the cadence. It was the specific, gravelly way I cleared my throat when I woke up in the morning. I would be standing in front of the bathroom mirror, splashing cold water on my face, and I would hear that distinct, wet cough from the kitchen. My kitchen, a room where I was the only living occupant. I'd freeze, water dripping from my chin, staring at my own reflection. My eyes looked tired, the skin beneath them bruised with a lack of sleep. I looked like a man who was being hollowed out from the inside. I started leaving the lights on, all of them. My electricity bill tripled, but I didn't care. Dark corners were no longer just empty spaces, they were invitations. I began to notice small discrepancies in my home. I'm a meticulous man, a side effect of the surveying trade. I know where I put my keys. I know how I align my boots by the door. But I would wake up to find my keys moved from the counter to the dining table. My boots would be pointed toward the hallway instead of the door. It was as if something was studying the geometry of my life, testing the boundaries of my space. The throat cave had been 40 miles into the desert, but distance, I realized, was a human concept. To whatever lived in that limestone slit, distance was likely nothing more than a vibration. If it had my voice, it had a piece of my identity. And if it had a piece of my identity, it had a map directly to me. In the 8th month, the phone calls started. My cell phone would buzz on the nightstand at 3:00 a.m. No caller ID, just a string of zeros. The first time I answered, there was only the sound of wind, a dry, whistling wind that smelled, impossibly, of sagebrush and hot stone. Then a sound I recognized with a jolt of pure, icy terror. It was the sound of my own 4x4 engine idling. I could hear the specific rattle of the loose heat shield on the muffler, the one I'd meant to fix for years. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice cracking. The response wasn't a word. It was the sound of me clicking my pen, 3 short bursts, a habit I had when I was thinking. Click, 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 then the line went dead. I changed my number. I moved to a new apartment on the 3rd floor of a complex with heavy security. I threw away the boots I'd worn in the desert. I even sold the truck. I tried to bury the experience under a mountain of newness, but the cave was a patient predator. It didn't need to chase me. It already had the frequency of my soul. One Tuesday in November, I was at work, reviewing a boundary dispute for a commercial development. My office was a small, windowless box filled with the scent of ozone from the plotter. My assistant, a kid named Marcus, knocked on the door. "Hey, Elias," he said, lining in. "Did you call the front desk a few minutes ago?" "No," I said, not looking up from the blueprints. "Why?" Marcus scratched his head, looking confused. "Sarah said you called and asked her to check if you'd left your briefcase in the break room. She said you sounded, I don't know, a little breathless, like you'd been running." I felt the blood drain from my face. I didn't own a briefcase. I carried a ruggedized laptop bag. What else did I say, Marcus? Just that, she said it was weird because she could see you through the glass partition in your office at the same time. She thought you were playing a prank with a recording or something. I stood up so fast my chair hit the wall. I pushed past Marcus and ran to the front desk. Sarah was there, typing away. When she saw me, she gave a nervous little laugh. Very funny, Elias, she said. The "I'm right behind you" bit was a little much, though. What are you talking about? I whispered. On the phone, she said, her smile fading as she saw the look on my face. You called, asked about the briefcase, and then you whispered, "I'm right behind you." I looked up, and for a second I thought I saw you standing by the water cooler, but you were in your office. I saw your blue shirt. I wasn't wearing a blue shirt. I was wearing gray. I didn't go back to my office. I walked out of the building, leaving my laptop, my notes, and my career behind. I drove aimlessly for hours, the realization sinking in that the thing from the cave wasn't just mimicking my voice anymore. It was mimicking my presence. It was building a version of me out of the sounds and sights it had gathered, a composite sketch made of stolen moments and recorded echoes. That night I didn't go home. I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, a place with flickering fluorescent lights and the constant roar of the interstate. I sat on the edge of the bed, a shotgun I'd bought at a pawn shop resting across my knees. I was done running. If it wanted me, it would have to come through the door. Around 2:15 a.m., the television flickered on. I hadn't touched the remote. The screen was nothing but static, a blizzard of black and white pixels. But from the speakers came a sound that made my heart stop. It was the sound of my grandfather's voice. Elias, the TV rasped. It was the specific, wheezing tone he'd had in the final weeks before the cancer took him. Elias, the fence line is off. You need to check the ridge. You're not him, I screamed at the static. He's dead. You're just a hole in the ground. The static shifted. The sound of the wind returned, but this time it was louder, howling through the small motel room as if the walls had vanished. And then the voice changed again. It became the voice of the ranger I'd spoken to in Ely. The problem is, the TV whispered in the ranger's flat, tired drawl. Once it learns a voice, it likes to keep using it to see if it can get the owner to come back and fetch it. Then came a sound I hadn't heard in years. It was the sound of my mother singing a lullaby. She died when I was 6. I didn't even have a recording of her voice, but the cave did. Somehow, it had reached back through my memory, or perhaps it had heard her in the vibrations of the earth, in the echoes of the things I'd said to myself in the dark. Go away, I sobbed, clutching the shotgun. The singing stopped. The room fell into a silence so heavy it felt like the high desert again. Then a soft tapping started on the window. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't want to look. Every instinct I had told me to keep my eyes on the floor, but the tapping was rhythmic, patient. It was the sound of someone using a surveyor's plumb bob against the glass. I raised the shotgun and approached the window, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I pulled back the heavy curtain just an inch. There was no one there, but on the glass, in the thin layer of frost that had formed in the night, were 3 small circles, 3 cairns drawn in the condensation. I backed away, tripping over the bed. As I fell, the phone on the bedside table rang. I didn't answer it. The answering machine picked up. Is anybody in there? My own voice asked from the machine. It was the recording from the cave, the very first thing I'd said, but there was a new layer to it now. Beneath my voice, I could hear a wet, tearing sound, like wet parchment being stretched over bone. Just me, the machine replied. I realized then that the cave hadn't just memorized my voice. It had been using my voice to call out to other things, to invite them in, to build a bridge between the silence of the limestone and the noise of the world. And I was the anchor. I spent the rest of the night in the bathtub, the only place in the room without a window. When the sun finally rose, I didn't feel relieved. I felt marked. I looked at my hands and noticed they were pale, the skin looking thin and translucent, almost like. I stopped that thought before it could take root. I decided I had to go back, not because I was brave, but because I was a surveyor. I knew that if a line was drawn incorrectly at the start, every measurement that followed would be a lie. The error was at the cave. The source of the distortion was 40 miles outside of Ely. If I was ever going to have my voice back, my real voice, I had to take it from the throat that had stolen it. I stopped at a hardware store and bought 3 gallons of industrial-strength expanding foam and 2 canisters of gasoline. If I couldn't silence the cave, I would choke it. I would fill its throat until it couldn't breathe, couldn't echo, couldn't dream. The drive back to Nevada was a blur of caffeine and terror. Every time I passed a semi-truck, I expected the driver to look like me. Every time the radio hummed with static, I expected to hear my own funeral service being broadcast from the future. I reached the dirt road leading to the ridge just as the sun was beginning its descent. The desert looked the same, vast, indifferent, and hungry. I drove the 4x4 as far as it would go, then hiked the rest of the way. The air was cold, tasting of sage and something else, something metallic, like blood on a copper penny. As I climbed the ridge, I saw them. The cairns, they weren't just at the base anymore. They lined the path like silent sentinels, hundreds of them, ranging from 3 stones high to towers that reached my waist. They were markers, a trail of breadcrumbs leading me home. I reached the cluster of fallen boulders. The throat cave was there, a dark, jagged wound in the limestone. The temperature dropped just as it had before. I stood at the mouth, the gasoline cans heavy in my hands. "I'm here," I shouted. The echo didn't come back immediately. The cave seemed to hold my words, tasting them, checking them against its library of sounds. Then from the darkness came a reply. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't my mother's or the ranger's. It was a sound that didn't belong to a human throat. It was the sound of 1,000 stones grinding together, a tectonic groan that vibrated in my very marrow. And then it spoke. Elias, it said. The word was perfectly formed, but it lacked the air of human speech. It was a solid thing, a vibration shaped into a name. You brought the rest of it. I unscrewed the cap of the first gasoline can. "I'm closing you up," I said, my voice trembling. "I'm ending this." I began to pour the fuel into the dark. The liquid disappeared into the throat of the earth, the smell overpowering in the crisp air. I reached for the second can, but my hand stopped. From the darkness, a shape began to emerge. It was the thing I'd seen in my headlights months ago. It moved with a sickening, fluid grace, its long, spindly limbs unfolding like a folding ruler. Its skin was the color of the limestone, textured with the same pits and cracks. It had no eyes, no nose. It only had a mouth, a vertical slit that mimicked the shape of the cave itself. It stood 5 feet away from me, perfectly still. "You think," the creature said, using my voice, not the recorded version, but the voice I had right now, in this moment, that the cave is in the mountain. It tilted its head, a gesture I realized with a jolt of horror was one I often made when I was confused. "The cave isn't in the mountain, Elias," it whispered, the sound coming not from its mouth, but from the air around my own head. "The cave is in the listener." It stepped forward, and for the first time I saw its chest. It wasn't made of flesh. It was a hollow cavity, a dark chamber that seemed to go on forever. Inside that chamber, I could see things. Small, vibrating filaments that looked like vocal cords, but they were made of translucent silk. Thousands of them, all shimmering in the twilight. "We don't just learn voices," the creature said, and now it sounded like a choir of everyone I'd ever known. "We store the silence that follows them." I fumbled for my lighter, my fingers slick with gasoline. I struck the flint. A small, orange flame flickered to life. The creature didn't flinch. It just opened its vertical mouth wider. "If you burn the throat," it said, "where will you live?" I didn't understand the question until I looked down at my own hands. The lighter was falling, not because I'd dropped it, but because my fingers were no longer solid. They were becoming translucent, the skin turning into the color of wet parchment. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I watched the lighter hit the pool of gasoline. The explosion should have been deafening. It should have echoed for miles across the Nevada desert, but there was no sound. The fire bloomed in a silent, orange mushroom, heat searing my face, but the world remained utterly, deathly quiet. I fell backward, the flames licking at the limestone. I saw the creature stand in the center of the fire, unmoving, its hollow chest drinking in the light. And then I felt it, the pull. The cave wasn't a place, it was a vacuum, and I was the air being sucked inside. I felt my memories, my names for things, my very sense of I, being pulled into that vertical slit in the rock. I woke up 3 days later in a hospital in Reno. They told me a group of hikers had found me wandering the desert, 30 miles from my truck. I was dehydrated, suffering from severe sunstroke and second-degree burns on my hands. They said I was lucky to be alive. The doctors asked me my name. I opened my mouth to tell them, but I stopped. I knew the name. I could see the letters ELIAS in my head, but when I tried to form the sound, I realized I couldn't remember what it was supposed to feel like. The E was a flat, empty space. The L was a hole. I am back in Boise now. I have a new job, a new life. I speak to people every day. I tell them my name is David. I've practiced the sound until it feels natural. But sometimes I'll be sitting in a quiet room and I'll feel a pressure in my chest, a hollowness, and I'll realize that the voice I'm using, the one that says David, isn't mine. It's a recording. It's a sound I'm playing back to convince the world I'm still here. And somewhere, 40 miles outside of Ely, in a charred hole in the limestone, something is sitting in the dark. It's wearing a blue shirt. It's clearing its throat. And it's waiting for the next person to walk up to the ridge and ask if anybody is in there. Because now it has the perfect answer. The silence of the hospital had been a clinical, sterile thing, but the silence of my apartment in Boise was different. It was a dense, expectant medium. I sat on my sofa, the fabric rough against the back of my neck, and watched the digital clock on the microwave. 4:12 a.m. The numbers were a steady neon green, the only anchor in a world that felt increasingly like a sketch drawn on tracing paper. I had been back for 3 weeks, and the transition was seamless to everyone but me. My boss, a man who measured his life in billable hours, hadn't even blinked when I returned. He'd heard about the accident in the desert, the brush fire, the dehydration, the temporary amnesia. He treated me with the distant, slightly awkward sympathy one affords a piece of equipment that has been repaired but might still have a glitch in the wiring. "Glad to have you back, Elias," he'd said on my first day. I had nodded. "Glad to be back," I replied. The voice that came out of my mouth was perfect. It had the right resonance, the familiar Idaho drawl, even the slight hesitation before the letter B that I'd had since childhood. But I felt it like a puppeteer feels the tension in the strings. I wasn't speaking, I was selecting. I was scrolling through a mental Rolodex of phonemes and frequencies, choosing the ones that matched the expectations of the person standing in front of me. The most terrifying part wasn't that I was a fraud. It was that the fraud was better at being me than I had ever been. I stood up and walked to the bathroom. I didn't turn on the light. I had grown accustomed to the dark. It was less demanding. I leaned over the sink and felt the cool porcelain under my palms. My hands were scarred now, marbled patterns of white and pink where the fire had kissed the skin, but they were solid, or they looked solid. When I pressed my thumb against the counter, there was a fractional delay, a shimmering at the edges of my vision, as if my physical form was struggling to render in real time. "Who are you?" I whispered to the darkness. The mirror didn't reflect a face. It reflected a void, not a blackness, but a lack of information. For a split second, I saw the limestone slit. I saw the vertical mouth. Then the image snapped back into place, and I was just a tired man with messy hair and a haunted expression. I went back to the living room and picked up my phone. I had been avoiding the voicemails. There were 17 of them. Most were from Marcus or Sarah or my sister in Portland, who I hadn't spoken to in 3 years. I scrolled to the bottom of the list. The date on the message was from the night of the fire. The timestamp was 3:44 a.m., the exact moment I had dropped the lighter. I pressed play. There was no static this time, no wind, just the sound of breathing. It was deep, rhythmic, and impossibly loud, as if the microphone had been placed inside a lung. After 10 seconds, a voice spoke. "The survey is incomplete," it said. It was my voice, but it was stripped of all emotion. It sounded like a GPS navigation system reading coordinates. Point A, the ridge. Point B, the apartment. Point C, the memory of the mother. The triangle is open, Elias. A triangle cannot hold a soul if one side is missing. I deleted the message. My thumb trembled so hard I almost dropped the phone. I knew what the third point was. I had tried to burn the throat, but the throat was just the entrance. The stomach was something else entirely. I spent the next 4 days in a fugue state. I went to work. I plotted boundaries. I ate lukewarm soup from a can, but the world was losing its saturation. The colors of the trees were turning the gray of weathered bone. The sound of traffic was beginning to loop, the same horn honk, the same screech of brakes, repeating every 7 minutes with mathematical precision. The cave wasn't just in me. It was beginning to overwrite the world around me. It was using my perception as a blueprint to rebuild the desert in the middle of the city. On Friday, Marcus came into my office. He looked pale. He sat down in the chair across from my desk without being asked. "Elias," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "something's wrong with the plotter." "It's an old machine, Marcus. Call the tech." "No," he said, shaking his head. "It's not the hardware. I was running the topography for the O'Malley site, the one you surveyed last year. I left it running over lunch. When I came back, it hadn't printed the elevation lines." He slid a roll of paper across my desk. I unfurled it. It wasn't a map of a suburban development. It was a sonogram, or at least it looked like one. It was a series of dark, concentric rings pulsing outward from a central point, and in the center, rendered in the fine, black ink of the plotter, was a human ear. My ear. I recognized the small notch in the lobe from a childhood accident with a fishing hook. I didn't do this, Marcus said, his eyes darting to the door. And Sarah, she's gone home. She said she kept hearing her mother calling her from the supply closet. Her mother died in 2012, Elias. She was hysterical. I looked at the ear on the paper. I could almost hear it. A faint, high-pitched ringing that seemed to vibrate the very air in the room. Go home, Marcus, I said, my voice sounding hollow even to my own ears. Take the week off. Tell the boss I authorized it. What's happening? He asked, his lip quivering. A correction, I said. The fence line was off. I'm just fixing the measurements. He didn't ask any more questions. He ran. I stayed in the office until the sun went down. I watched the shadows stretch across the floor, turning into long, spindly limbs. I realized then that I couldn't stay in Boise. I was a carrier. I was a resonant chamber, and the longer I stayed in proximity to other people, the more the cave would begin to harvest them through me. It was using my connections, my memories, and my presence to bridge the gap. Sarah's mother, Marcus's fear. It was all being fed into the limestone throat 40 miles outside of Ely. I grabbed my keys and left. I didn't go to my apartment. I didn't pack a bag. I just got into my car and started driving south. The highway was a ribbon of black glass. As I crossed the border into Nevada, the radio stopped playing music. It didn't turn to static. It turned to a live feed of my own heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. It was the only sound in the car. I tried to turn it off, but the knob just spun loosely in my fingers. I reached Ely at midnight. The town was a ghost of itself. The neon signs for the casinos were flickering in a pattern that I recognized as Morse code, though I couldn't translate it. I didn't stop for gas. I didn't stop for coffee. I drove straight for the ridge. The 4x4 handled the dirt road with a strange, eerie smoothness. There were no bumps, no jolts. It was as if the ground was rising up to meet the tires, smoothing the way for my return. I reached the end of the road and stepped out. The air was dead still. The smell of the gasoline and the fire was still there, hanging in the air like a physical weight. The ridge was scorched, a black scar against the starlit sky. I hiked up the path. The cairns were gone. In their place were small, perfectly formed sculptures made of ash. They looked like people, tiny, soot-colored figures frozen in various states of distress. Some were kneeling, some were reaching out. As I walked past them, they crumbled into dust, the sound of their disintegration sounding like 1,000 tiny sighs. I reached the mouth of the cave. The fire had cracked the limestone, widening the throat. It no longer looked like a slit, it looked like a yawn. I stood at the edge, looking down into the darkness. "I'm here," I said. The silence that followed was absolute. Then, from the depths, a light began to glow. It wasn't the orange of fire or the white of a flashlight. It was a pale, rhythmic blue, the color of a dying star. The creature emerged, but it wasn't alone. Behind it, stepping out of the shadows with the same fluid, jointless grace, were others. There was a figure that looked like my mother, her face a smooth, featureless mask of limestone. There was a figure that looked like the ranger from Ely, his uniform rendered in textured rock. And there was a figure that looked like me, the me from before the desert, the me who wore blue shirts and laughed at Marcus's jokes. They didn't speak, they just stood there, a gallery of my life's echoes. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice breaking. The me figure stepped forward. It opened its mouth, and for the first time I heard the true voice of the cave. It wasn't a mimicry, it was the source. It was the sound of the earth's crust shifting, the sound of ancient oceans drying up, the sound of the first breath ever taken by a living thing. We are the archivists of the unheard, the chorus said. Every word spoken into the wind, every scream muffled by the dirt, every prayer whispered in the dark, it all drains down to us. We are the reservoir of the forgotten. You're stealing people, I said. You're taking their lives. No, the creature said, leaning close. Its face was inches from mine. I could smell the cold, damp scent of the deep earth. We are giving them permanence. A voice in the air is a temporary thing. A voice in the stone is forever. You were dying, Elias. Your life was a series of measurements that led to nothing. We offered you a geometry that never ends. I looked at my hands. They were almost entirely gone now. I could see the charred rocks of the ridge through my palms. I wasn't burning, I was evaporating. I don't want to be a recording, I whispered. You already are, the creature replied. The man who drove here from Boise stayed in the apartment. The man who stood in the fire stayed on the ridge. You are just the echo that survived the transit. It reached out and touched my chest. Its finger felt like a cold needle. The third point of the triangle, it said, the listener. Suddenly the world inverted. The sky became the floor and the limestone became the air. I felt myself falling, but there was no wind. I was falling through layers of sound. I heard my own birth cry. I heard the sound of my father's hammer hitting a nail in 1988. I heard the rustle of the blueprints in my office. I heard the silence of the desert at noon. I landed on something soft. It felt like silk, but when I touched it, I realized it was a web of the same translucent filaments I had seen inside the creature's chest. Thousands of them, stretching out in every direction, vibrating with the collective history of the world's noise. I looked up or down, I couldn't tell, and saw the mouth of the cave far above. It was a tiny, jagged pinprick of light. I wasn't alone in the web. There were others here, thousands of them, suspended in the dark. They weren't bodies, they were vibrations. I could see the ranger, a steady, low-frequency hum. I could see my mother, a bright, melodic shimmer. And I saw the new arrivals. Sarah was there, a frantic, jagged pulse. Marcus was beginning to form, a soft, rhythmic thrumming that matched the sound of the plotter. The cave hadn't just taken me. It had followed the lines of my life, tracing the connections like a surveyor following a boundary. Everyone I had spoken to since my return, everyone who had heard my new voice, was now part of the archive. I had been the frequency that tuned them to the stone. I tried to reach out to Sarah to tell her I was sorry, but I didn't have a mouth. I didn't have hands. I was just a sequence of sounds, a complex waveform trapped in a limestone resonator. I realized then the true nature of the throat. It wasn't a predator, it was a library, and like all libraries, it required a quiet space to exist. The silence of the desert wasn't an absence of sound, it was the sound of everything being stored. Time ceased to have meaning. I drifted in the web, listening to the world above. I heard the search parties calling my name at the ridge. I heard the rustle of the wind in the sagebrush. I heard the gradual, grinding shift of the tectonic plates. Eventually, the search parties stopped coming. The ridge was declared unstable, a site of strange geological anomalies and acoustic hazards. A fence was put up, but it didn't matter. The fence had its own sound, a metallic whistle in the wind, and the cave learned that too. Years passed, or perhaps seconds. In the archive, they were the same. Then one day I felt a new vibration. It was a sharp, rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Someone was at the mouth of the cave. Someone with a surveyor's plumb bob. I felt a surge of energy through my filaments. The archive was preparing. The creatures were unfolding their limestone limbs, readying their vertical mouths. I heard a voice. It was young, curious, and filled with the arrogant vibrance of the living. "Is anybody in there?" the voice asked. The archive didn't answer immediately. It waited. It tasted the cadence. It measured the fear. And then it looked to me. I was the most recent Elias. I was the one who knew the modern world, the one who knew the city and the hum of the electronics. I was the bridge. I felt the creature's presence wrap around me, molding my vibrations into a shape that could pass through the air. It was using me like a reed in a woodwind instrument. "Just me," I said, using the voice of the man I used to be. "Who's me?" the voice asked, sounding closer now. I could hear the crunch of boots on the charred rock. I hesitated. I thought of Sarah and Marcus, and the silent, ash-covered figures on the path. I thought of the man in the blue shirt who was still, somewhere, walking the streets of Boise, pretending to be alive. I realized that I had a choice. I could be the warning, or I could be the invitation. I gathered every bit of my frequency, every scrap of the Elias that remained in the web, and I didn't speak. Instead, I screamed. Not a human scream, but the scream of the fire, the scream of the cracking limestone, the scream of 1,000 voices being compressed into a single, agonizing point of silence. The vibration shook the web. The filaments groaned. Above me, I heard the sound of the young man scrambling backward, his boots sliding on the loose scree. I heard his breath come in short, terrified gasps. "Run," I tried to say, but it came out as the sound of a falling mountain. The young man didn't stay. He fled, his footsteps fading into the distance until they were nothing more than a faint, rhythmic memory. The archive settled, the blue light dimmed. The creature that wore my face looked at me, or rather, it looked at the space where I was vibrating. It didn't seem angry, it seemed patient. "A temporary delay," the choir whispered. "The silence always wins, Elias. You can only scream for so long before you become the air." I drifted back into the dark, back into the web of forgotten echoes. I am still here. I am the sound of the wind through a broken fence. I am the rattle of a loose heat shield on a 4x4 that no longer exists. I am the silence between two heartbeats. And sometimes, when the moon is high and the desert is cold, I can hear the world above. I can hear you reading this. I can hear the sound of your breath, the click of your mouse, the subtle shift of your weight in your chair. It's a beautiful sound. It's a vibrant, temporary, fragile sound. And I'm learning it. I'm learning it perfectly. One day I'll be able to say it back to you. And when I do, you'll wonder why my voice sounds more like you than you do. You'll wonder if you left your keys on the counter or the table. And you'll look toward the dark corners of your room, waiting for the echo that never quite arrives. Until then, I'll just stay here in the throat of the world, waiting, listening, surveying the silence. The young man's footsteps did not just fade, they were archived. Every panicked strike of his heel against the volcanic scree was indexed, sorted, and tucked into the limestone strata. I felt the vibration of his departure like a long, tapering thread being pulled through a needle. When the last resonance of his terror vanished from the surface, the cave didn't mourn the loss of a meal. It simply adjusted its posture. It began to digest the sound of his flight. In the deep dark, time is not a river. It is a pool of standing water. I don't know how long I suspended there, a jagged waveform held in a web of calcified silk. I watched, if that is the word for perceiving the shift of frequencies, as the Sarah pulse and the Marcus thrum began to lose their edges. They were being sanded down by the slow drip of mineral-rich water. The jagged, hysterical peaks of Sarah's grief were smoothing out, turning into a low, melodic drone that sounded like wind passing through a flute made of bone. Marcus's rhythmic fear was slowing, syncing with the deep, tectonic pulse of the Earth's mantle. They were becoming the architecture. I tried to hold onto the shape of my own name, Elias. It was a sharp sound, a vowel like a hook, a liquid consonant, a sibilant finish. I repeated it internally, a mental loop intended to keep the limestone from encroaching on my center, but the cave was a patient editor. It began to suggest alternatives. Why be Elias, a name tethered to a specific birth date, a specific social security number, and a specific set of failing kidneys, when you could be the sound of the north wind? Why be a man when you could be a mountain's memory of the sea? I am Elias. I vibrated into the web. You are a frequency, the collective whispered back. The voice was no longer coming from the creatures above. It was coming from the very filaments that held me. Elias was a temporary disturbance in the silence, a ripple in a dark pond. The ripple is gone. The pond remains. I felt a new sensation then, a slow, heavy pressure from above. It wasn't the weight of rock, but the weight of more information. The cave was breathing in. Far above, on the surface of the world, a storm was breaking over the high desert. I didn't see the lightning, but I felt the electromagnetic snap of it. I felt the rain hit the parched earth 40 miles away. The sound was a deafening roar of a billion tiny impacts, a chaotic symphony of liquid meeting dust. The archive surged. The filaments began to glow with a frantic, bioluminescent silver. This was the harvest. The cave wasn't just taking voices anymore. It was taking the weather. It was taking the static of the power lines that groaned under the wind. It was taking the frequency of the sagebrush as it was torn from its roots. And then through the roar of the storm, I heard a new sound. It was artificial, a rhythmic, mechanical chugging. Some poorer, some poorer. It was a generator. The young man had returned, but he hadn't come alone. He had brought the world of light and logic with him. I felt the intrusion of high-frequency electronics, the sharp, stinging bite of radio waves. They were piercing the limestone, needles of artificial energy stabbing into the ancient, low-frequency piece of the throat. Sensors are live, a voice drifted down. It wasn't the young man. It was a woman, her voice clipped, professional, filtered through a headset. Acoustic dampening is at 40%. The resonance in this sector is off the charts, Dr. Aris. It's not just echo, it's constructive interference. Lower the probe, another voice commanded. This one was older, raspy, seasoned with the dust of a dozen excavations. I want a full spectral analysis of the hum. If the reports from the local authorities are even half true, we're looking at a geological phonograph. I felt the probe before I saw it. It was a spear of cold, unyielding titanium, bristling with microphones and lasers. It descended into the throat on a steel cable, its descent a screeching, metallic violation of the cave's silence. The creatures, the things that looked like me, like the ranger, like the statues of ash, did not retreat. They drifted toward the probe. They didn't move like predators. They moved like scholars. They gathered around the cold metal cylinder, their featureless faces reflecting the red blinking light of its recording status. Direct contact in 3, 2, 1, the woman's voice said. The probe's base touched the web. The reaction was instantaneous. The archive didn't just record the probe, it inverted it. The electrical current running through the cable was seized by the filaments. The sound of the generator on the surface was sucked down the wire. amplified 1,000 times, and shattered into its component frequencies. I felt the surge of power. It was like a jolt of lightning hitting a dead nerve. For a moment, my vision cleared. I saw the web not as a prison, but as a circuit. I saw the thousands of souls, the vibrations of the lost, connected in a vast, subterranean neural network. We weren't just a library, we were a processor. "Something's wrong," the woman's voice crackled, now distorted by a massive feedback loop. "The signal it's talking back. Dr. Eris, the waveform is mimicking the generator. It's..." "Keep recording," Eris shouted. "Look at the monitor, the patterns. They're linguistic. It's not noise, it's a syntax." The cave began to speak through their own equipment. It used the speakers in their headsets. It used the vibrations of the generator's casing. It used the very air in their lungs. "The triangle is open," the cave said, using Dr. Eris's own voice against him. "Point A, the ridge. Point B, the laboratory. Point C, the curiosity of the observer." I felt the web tighten. The filaments were no longer holding us. They were feeding on the new data. Sarah's pulse quickened, turning into a bright, violet spark. Marcus's drone sharpened into a golden blade of sound. "Pull it up," the woman screamed. "Shut it down. The feedback is..." Her voice cut off, not because the equipment failed, but because the cave had finished learning her. I felt her enter the web. It wasn't like a death. It was like a sudden, violent transposition. One moment she was on the surface, breathing the ozone-rich air of the storm. The next, she was a frantic, high-pitched frequency caught in the silk. She was a silver thread, vibrating with the rhythm of a heart that no longer had a chest to beat in. "Welcome," the choir whispered. Dr. Eris was still on the surface. I could feel his footsteps, heavy, stumbling, retreating toward the truck. He was leaving her. He was fleeing the sound of his own voice coming out of the ground. But it was too late. He had listened. He had observed. The measurement had been taken, and in the quantum geometry of the cave, the observer is always part of the system. I felt a sudden, fierce impulse. It wasn't the cave's hunger. It was mine, a remnant of Elia's, the man who had burned his own hands to stop the spread. I reached out through the web. I didn't have limbs, but I had resonance. I found the frequency of the steel cable, the one still vibrating with the tension of the probe. I didn't try to break it. I tried to become it. I poured every ounce of my Elia's waveform into that cable. I focused on the memory of the fire, the heat of the lighter, the smell of charred sagebrush. I turned my vibration into a sear, a friction so intense it transcended sound and became heat. The cable began to glow. "What are you doing?" The creatures hissed, their voices like grinding tectonic plates. "You are an echo. You cannot act. You can only repeat." "I am the listener," I vibrated back, the words a jagged edge of white noise, and I refused to hear this. The friction climbed. The steel cable, under the immense tension of the winch and the heat of my focused resonance, began to fray. One strand snapped, a high-pitched ping that echoed like a gunshot through the archive, then another. The cave fought back. It tried to dampen me. It flooded my frequency with the sound of 1,000 waterfalls, trying to drown my heat in the cold logic of the stone. It played back my mother's voice, my sister's laughter, the sound of my own breath on the night I decided to live. It tried to seduce me back into the peace of the permanent. "Stay," it whispered. "The world of the surface is a world of decay. Here, you are a masterpiece. Here, you are the song that never ends." "The song needs an ending," I replied. "Otherwise, it's just noise." The final strand of the cable snapped. The probe didn't fall. The web caught it, but the connection to the surface was severed. The generator's hum vanished. The radio waves died. For a brief, flickering moment, the cave was plunged back into its natural state, a deep, ancient silence. But the silence was broken by a new sound. It was the sound of the ridge collapsing. The heat I had generated hadn't just affected the cable. It had radiated into the cracked, fire-weakened limestone of the throat. The sudden expansion of the rock, followed by the cooling of the rain-drenched surface, created a massive stress fracture. I felt the mountain groan. It was a low, infrasonic rumble that shook the very foundations of the archive. The filaments began to tear. The creatures, the limestone mimics, flickered like dying light bulbs. The archive is compromised, the choir cried out, a discordant scream of a million voices. The geometry is broken. The ceiling of the cave didn't fall in blocks. It fell in a slide of pulverized stone and ash. The mouth of the cave, the yawning throat that had swallowed so many echoes, began to choke on its own weight. I felt the Sarah thread vanish, crushed under the weight of the silence. I felt Marcus's drone go dark. And then there was only me. I was no longer in the web. I was the vibration of the falling rock. I was the sound of the earth reclaiming its secrets. I was the final, dying echo of a man named Elias who had finally found a way to stop talking. The world went black, not the black of the cave, but the black of an extinguished flame. I woke up. I was lying on my back. The air was cold, bitterly, wonderfully cold. I could smell damp earth and the sharp, clean scent of rain on sagebrush. I opened my eyes. The stars were above me. They weren't flickering in Morse code. They were just stars, distant, in different points of light in a vast, uncaring sky. I tried to move. My body felt like a lead weight, a clumsy, aching collection of flesh and bone. I rolled onto my side and coughed, spitting out a mouthful of grit and ash. I was on the ridge, but the ridge was different. The jagged slit of the cave was gone. In its place was a massive sinkhole, a depression in the earth filled with shattered limestone and the twisted remains of a steel cable. The ground was still smoking in the cool morning air. I looked at my hands. They were scarred, marbled patterns of white and pink, but they were solid. There was no shimmering at the edges, no delay in the rendering. I pressed my thumb against a rock and the sensation was instantaneous. Pain, sharp, physical, undeniable pain. I was alone. There was no sign of Dr. Eris, no sign of the truck or the woman who had been caught in the web. Perhaps they had never been there. Perhaps they were just another layer of the cave's dreaming, a final attempt to harvest a few more frequencies before the end. Or perhaps they were buried under the tons of rock at my feet. I stood up, my knees shaking. I walked to the edge of the sinkhole and looked down. There was no light, no blue pulse, no rhythmic breathing. There was only the silence of the earth. I turned away and began the long walk back toward the road. My boots made a crunching sound on the gravel. It was a messy, imperfect human sound. It didn't echo. It didn't linger. It just happened, and then it was gone. I reached the spot where I had parked my car. It was gone. In its place was a rusted husk of a vehicle that looked like it had been sitting in the desert for 50 years. The tires were rotted away. The glass was pitted and opaque. I didn't panic. I just kept walking. I walked until the sun came up. I walked until my throat was parched and my feet were bleeding. I walked until I reached the highway. A truck pulled over. The driver was an old man with a face like a topographical map. He looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion. "You look like you've been through the war, son," he said. His voice was gravelly and real. "I got lost," I said. My voice was raspy. It was thin. It was entirely my own. "Where you headed?" "North," I said, away from the stone. He nodded, not asking for clarification. "Hop in. I'm going as far as Winnemucca." I climbed into the cab. The smell of stale coffee and tobacco was the most beautiful thing I had ever encountered. The radio was playing a country song, something about heartbreak and highways. It was filled with static. It was perfect. As we drove away, I looked back at the ridge in the side view mirror. For a split second, the light hit the dust clouds over the sinkhole just right. I saw a shape, a vertical slit, a mouth. And then the truck turned a corner, and the ridge was gone. I sat back in the seat and closed my eyes. I didn't try to remember the voices. I didn't try to archive the moment. I just listened to the hum of the tires on the asphalt. It was a temporary sound, a fleeting, beautiful, dying vibration. And for the first time in a long time, I didn't say a word. The truck driver's name was Hank, and he didn't like the silence as much as I did. He kept the radio tuned to a station that was mostly static, a rhythmic washing sound that felt like sandpaper on my raw nerves. Every time a word punched through the white noise, a lyric about a neon sign or a weather report for a county I didn't recognize, my stomach lurched. I wasn't used to sounds that didn't want anything from me. I wasn't used to vibrations that simply hit the air and died without being filed away. "You're twitchy, kid," Hank said, glancing at me over his spectacles. He shifted gears, and the mechanical groan of the transmission vibrated through the floorboards. I pulled my feet up, tucking them onto the seat. I didn't want to be a conductor anymore. I didn't want the truck's soul passing through my bones. "Just tired," I managed to say. My voice felt like a borrowed coat, too stiff in the shoulders, smelling of someone else's life. Long night in the hills. "The Black Rock don't forgive much," he grunted. "Saw a search party heading up toward the notch about 3 hours back. Some fancy-looking SUVs with government plates. Looking for some researchers who went dark during the storm. That wouldn't be your outfit, would it?" I looked out the window. The sagebrush was a blur of silver gray. No, I was just camping, alone. "Smartest way to be," Hank said. "People are noisy. Nature, she's quiet, mostly." I wanted to tell him he was wrong. I wanted to tell him that nature was the loudest, hungriest thing I had ever encountered. That the silence of the desert wasn't an absence of sound, but a predatory patience. But I kept my mouth shut. Every word I spoke felt like a risk, a breadcrumb left on a trail that led back to a hole in the earth. I watched my reflection in the window. My face was mine, but there was a hollowness behind the eyes that hadn't been there before. I looked like a house that had been lived in by squatters. The furniture was the same, but the atmosphere had changed. We hit Winnemucca as the sun was turning the sky the color of a bruised peach. Hank dropped me off at a gas station on the edge of town. He offered me a crumpled $5 bill and a stick of jerky. I took the jerky. I couldn't bring myself to touch the money. It felt too much like a contract. "Good luck, Elias," he said, pulling away. I froze. My boots felt rooted to the cracked asphalt. I hadn't told him my name. I was certain of it. I had spent the last 3 hours meticulously guarding every syllable, ensuring that I gave him nothing but the barest grunts of affirmation. I watched the taillights of his truck fade into the dusk. Had he said it, Or had I simply heard the wind catching the corner of the gas station's metal roof? I pressed my hands over my ears, squeezing until the pulse in my temples was a dull roar. It's over, I told myself. The cave is collapsed. The archive is buried. But as I walked toward the brightly lit convenience store, I noticed the birds. They were starlings, hundreds of them, perched on the power lines stretching across the highway. Usually, starlings are a riot of chatter, a chaotic mechanical whirring of mimicry, but these were silent. They sat in perfect, equidistant intervals, their black-bead eyes fixed on me as I crossed the parking lot. As I passed under the first line, one of them hopped, then another. They weren't chirping, they were clicking. It was a soft, rhythmic sound, click-tock, click-tock. It was the exact frequency of the digital watch I had lost in the cave. I bolted into the store, the bell above the door ringing with a cheerful, crystalline chime that felt like a needle in my ear. The clerk didn't look up. He was staring at a small television mounted behind the counter. The screen was flickering with breaking news, aerial footage of the ridge. Massive localized seismic event, the reporter was saying. Her voice was thin and tinny through the cheap speakers. Authorities are baffled by the precision of the collapse. It appears the entire limestone shelf has imploded, creating a vacuum that has swallowed nearly 4 acres of the high desert. I moved toward the back of the store, toward the refrigerated section. I needed water. I needed to wash the taste of the cave out of my throat. I opened a glass door, and the hum of the cooling unit filled my head. It was a low, 60 hertz throb. Elias. I grabbed a bottle and slammed the door shut. The sound of the glass hitting the frame echoed too long. It didn't decay. It bounced off the linoleum, hit the racks of potato chips, and spiraled up toward the ceiling tiles, growing louder with every reflection. "Hey," the clerk said. I spun around. He was looking at me now. He was young, maybe 20, with a name tag that read Caleb, but his eyes were wrong. They weren't focused on me. They were focused on the air 6 inches in front of my mouth. "You okay, man? You're vibrating." I looked down at my hands. I wasn't shaking. I was shimmering. The edges of my flannel shirt were blurring, turning into a gray fuzz of static. I gripped the water bottle so hard the plastic crinkled. The sound of the crinkling didn't stop. It stayed in the air, a permanent, jagged, crystalline structure of noise. "I'm fine," I said. "You sound," plural, Caleb said, tilting his head, "like there's a bunch of you saying the same thing at different speeds." I didn't wait to pay. I dropped the water bottle and ran. I burst through the door, the bell ringing again, but this time the chime followed me out into the parking lot. It stayed at my shoulder, a bright, silver orb of sound that wouldn't dissipate. I ran toward a motel across the street, a low-slung U-shape of peeling stucco and flickering neon. I had no money, no ID, nothing but the clothes on my back and the terrifying suspicion that I hadn't escaped the cave at all. I had simply become a portable version of it. I found an unlocked laundry room at the back of the motel. It was sweltering, filled with the smell of bleach and the heavy, rhythmic thumping of industrial dryers. I collapsed in the corner behind a stack of folded sheets, pulling my knees to my chest. The dryers were my sanctuary. Their heavy, mechanical thudding drowned out the smaller sounds. They provided a thick blanket of white noise that seemed to settle the static at the edges of my vision. I sat there for hours, watching the lint dance in the shafts of fluorescent light. I began to realize the horror of my situation. The cave hadn't just learned voices, it had learned the physics of the echo, and I was the ultimate echo. I was a waveform that had been forced into a human shape. Every sound I encountered didn't just pass through me. It was captured, amplified, and held. I was a walking archive, a leak in the world's silence. I reached into my pocket and felt something sharp. I pulled it out. It was a shard of the blue bioluminescent stone. It must have fallen into my pocket during the collapse. It wasn't glowing anymore, at least not with light, but when I held it to my ear, I didn't hear the ocean. I heard Dr. Aris. Syntax is evolving, his voice whispered from the stone, clear as a bell. It's not just mimicking us, it's using us to build a bridge. It needs a medium that can survive the surface. It needs a vessel that can carry the resonance into the atmosphere. I dropped the stone. It hit the concrete floor with a sound like a shattering piano. The dryers stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. It wasn't the silence of a quiet room. It was the pressurized, suffocating silence of the throat. The light in the laundry room didn't flicker. It dimmed, turning a heavy, bruised purple. From the shadows behind the water heaters, a figure emerged. It wasn't a creature of limestone. It was a woman. She was wearing a headset, her hair matted with gray dust. It was the researcher from the probe, Sarah, or the one who had come after Sarah. "The signal is weak here," she said. Her voice didn't come from her mouth. It came from the dryer vents, the floor drains, and the fluorescent tubes. Too much interference, too much entropy. "You're dead," I whispered. "I felt you enter the web. I felt the mountain crush you." Crush, she tilted her head, a bird-like movement. "You still think in terms of matter, Elias. Matter is just a slow vibration. The mountain didn't crush us. It compressed us. It turned us into a diamond of data." She stepped forward. Her skin looked like static on an old television, a shifting mosaic of black and white dots. "You were the only one who could carry the frequency. You were the one who burned yourself to stay loud. You made yourself the perfect antenna." "I'm not an antenna," I snarled, backed against the wall. "I'm a man." "A man is a temporary disturbance," she said, echoing the choir. "But an echo can last forever if it finds the right room. And the world is such a large room, Elias. So many voices to collect, so many heartbeats to index." She reached out a hand. Her fingers didn't touch my skin. They touched the air an inch away, and I felt a jolt of pure frequency. My vision fractured. I saw the laundry room not as a physical space, but as a web of vibrations. I saw the heat rising from the dryers as a red hum. I saw the smell of bleach as a sharp, acidic yellow streak. "The cave didn't learn voices to keep them," she whispered. "It learned them to replace them. One by one we go out. One by one we come back. We are the new silence." I realized then what had happened to the truck driver, why he had known my name, why the starlings had clicked like my watch. The cave hadn't just let me go. It had broadcast me. It had sent out a pulse before the collapse, a blueprint of my resonance, and the world was already starting to vibrate in my key. "I won't let you," I said, but even as I said it, I heard my voice being picked up by the motel's plumbing. I heard it travel through the pipes, under the parking lot, and into the rooms where travelers slept. I heard a dozen Elias wake up in a dozen different beds, their mouths forming my name. "You already have," she said. She began to hum. It was a low, resonant tone, the bass frequency of the cave. It vibrated in my marrow. It signaled to the shard of stone on the floor. The shard began to glow again, a pale, sickly blue. The walls of the laundry room began to shimmer. The stucco started to look like limestone. The dryers began to sound like the breathing of a giant. I understood the trap then. The collapse hadn't been a defeat for the cave. It had been a birth. By focusing all my resonance into that cable, by trying to destroy the archive with my own identity, I had inadvertently given it the one thing it lacked, the power to project. I had been the spark that turned the library into a radio station. I looked at the shard on the floor. It was the anchor. It was the local node connecting this room to the deep dark. I didn't have fire this time. I didn't have a lighter or a gallon of gasoline. But I had the silence. I remembered the moment in the web when I had almost vanished. I remembered the feeling of being sanded down, of losing my edges, of becoming the air between heartbeats. I had fought it then. I had used my name like a shield. Now I used it as a void. I stopped trying to be Elias. I stopped trying to hold onto the memory of the sun and the smell of the rain. I opened my mouth, but I didn't speak. I did the opposite of speaking. I pulled the air in. I pulled the sound in. I became a vacuum. The woman's hum faltered. The blue light from the shard wavered. I felt the vibrations of the room, the dryer's thud, the bleach's sting, the woman's static, all being sucked into the center of my chest. It hurt. It felt like my ribs were being pulled inward by an invisible gravity. "What are you doing?" she cried, her voice splintering into 1,000 terrified echoes. "You'll erase yourself." Good, I thought. I didn't say it. I didn't even vibrate it. I just held the thought in the absolute center of my emptiness. The room began to scream. Not the woman, but the room itself. The pipes, the walls, the light bulbs, everything that had begun to mimic the cave was being stripped of its stolen resonance. The blue light was dragged across the floor like liquid, spiraling into me. The woman's form began to unravel. She wasn't a person. She was a collection of recorded moments, and I was deleting the tape. I saw her face flicker through 100 different people. Sarah, Marcus, Dr. Eris, my mother, a ranger I didn't know, and then she was just a gray mist, a puff of static that vanished into the black hole of my silence. The shard of stone exploded, not into fragments, but into nothing. It simply ceased to be. The laundry room slammed back into reality. The lights flickered and returned to a harsh, buzzing yellow. The dryers remained silent, their cycle finished. The smell of bleach was just a smell again. I fell to my knees, gasping. I felt light, too light. I looked at my hands. They were solid, but they were pale, the color of ash. I reached out and touched the washing machine. It was cold. It was metal. It was quiet. I had won for now. I had neutralized the node. But as I sat there on the cold concrete, I could hear it. It was distant, miles away, back toward the high desert. It was a low, rhythmic thrumming. It wasn't coming from the earth. It was coming from the air. It was coming from the power lines, the satellites, the very fabric of the modern world. The cave hadn't needed me to stay. It just needed me to start the song. I stood up and walked out of the laundry room. The starlings were gone. The parking lot was empty. I looked up at the moon. It was a silent, white stone in the sky. I wondered if it was listening. I wondered if, somewhere deep in its craters, it was already starting to learn the sound of my breath. I started walking again, not north, not away. I walked toward the nearest house with a light on. I walked toward the sound of a television, a barking dog, a crying baby. I had to find them all. I had to find every echo it had sent out. I had to be the silence that followed the scream. Because I knew, with a cold and hollow certainty, that the cave was still out there. It was just waiting for someone to listen. and in a world that never stops talking, it wouldn't have to wait long. The neon sign for the motel, a buzzing vacancy that flickered with a rhythmic, dying gasp, didn't sound like electricity anymore. To my ears, it sounded like a frantic pulse, a heartbeat trapped in a glass tube. I stood on the sidewalk of the main drag in Winnemucca, the desert wind pulling at my clothes, and realized that the world had changed its texture. Every car that passed wasn't just a machine. It was a traveling wave of compressed data, a signature of friction and combustion that my mind now involuntarily translated into a series of jagged, interlocking shapes. I was a tuner without a dial. I was receiving everything. I began to walk, my boots striking the pavement with a sound that lingered a fraction of a second too long. The slap of the rubber on the asphalt had a tail, a ghostly resonance that suggested the ground beneath me was hollow, or perhaps just eager to hold onto the impact. I needed to get off the street. I needed to find a place where the ambient noise of humanity wouldn't drown out the specific, predatory frequencies I was looking for. I found a 24-hour diner 3 blocks down. The Silver State was a chrome and glass capsule of artificial light, smelling of burnt coffee and old grease. I stepped inside, and the wall of sound hit me like a physical blow. The clatter of silverware, the low murmur of 2 truckers in a corner booth, the sizzle of the griddle. It was a chaotic symphony, a haystack of noise, and somewhere in that haystack was a needle. I sat at the far end of the counter, as far from the other patrons as possible. A waitress with tired eyes and hair the color of nicotine drifted over. She didn't walk, she hummed. It was a low-frequency vibration of joints and muscles, a weary 40 hertz thrum. "Coffee?" she asked. Her voice had a shadow. Behind the spoken word, there was a faint, metallic ringing, like a distant bell being struck underwater. It was the same frequency as the chime in the convenience store. "Just water," I said. My own voice sounded flat to me, a dead thing. I was trying to keep it that way. I was trying to be the vacuum I had been in the laundry room, but the effort was draining. It felt like holding a heavy door shut against a rising tide. She set a glass down. The clink of the glass on the Formica counter rippled outward. I watched the water in the glass. It wasn't still. Even though the table was solid, the surface of the water was dancing in intricate, geometric patterns, cymatic shapes that shifted as the diner's refrigerator kicked on. I looked at the truckers. They were talking about the road, about the pass, about the weather, but their words were starting to blur. The more they spoke, the more the cave's syntax began to bleed into their conversation. "Yeah, it was a long haul," the one in the red cap said. "Long haul," the other repeated. "Haul, hollow." The second man didn't seem to notice the slip. He just kept chewing his toast, but the word hollow didn't die. It hung in the air between them, a gray vapor of sound that the ventilation system couldn't suck away. It was beginning. The broadcast I had inadvertently triggered was using the commonality of human speech as a carrier wave. The cave was finding the phonetic bridges between us. I gripped the edge of the counter. I had to find the source of the local resonance. The woman in the laundry room had been a manifestation, a localized node, but she was gone, yet the diner was still vibrating. My eyes drifted to a jukebox in the corner. It was an old model, glowing with amber and red lights, currently silent but idling. Its internal transformer was humming, a steady, unwavering note. "Ye natural." That was the key. The cave had always favored the low E, the resonance of the earth's crust. I stood up, my chair screeching against the floor. The sound was like a violin string snapping. Everyone in the diner winced, but they didn't look at me. They looked at the air where the sound had been. I walked over to the jukebox. As I got closer, the patterns in my vision intensified. The chrome plating on the machine seemed to be weeping, not water, but a fine gray dust that vanished before it hit the floor. I pressed my palm against the glass. The vibration didn't just stay in my hand. It traveled up my arm, through my collarbone, and settled in my teeth. It wasn't music. It was a recording of the wind in the black rock notch, layered over the sound of Dr. Eris screaming, played back at a speed so slow it felt like a tectonic shift. Hey, you gonna play something, or just hug the machine? It was the cook leaning through the pass-through window. His voice was sharp, a serrated edge that cut through the natural. It's broken, I said. Works fine, put $1 in. It's not playing music, I said, my voice rising. It's archiving you. It's taking your voice and putting it in the hole. The diner went silent, not the pressurized silence of the cave, but the awkward, heavy silence of people encountering a madman. The waitress paused with a coffee pot mid-pour. The truckers turned in their seats. In that silence, the jukebox began to speak. It didn't use a record. It used the vibration of its own cabinet. Put $1 in, the jukebox said, in the cook's exact voice. In. The cook's face went pale. He looked at the machine, then at his own hands. I didn't. I'm not saying anything. In, the jukebox repeated, but now the voice was overlapping with the waitress's voice, and then the trucker's. It was a cannon of ins that began to harmonize into a single, terrifying chord. I didn't have a weapon. I didn't have a way to break the machine without causing a scene that would bring the police, and the last thing I needed was to be locked in a small, resonant cell. I looked around the room. The salt shakers on the tables were beginning to rattle. The sugar packets were vibrating out of their holders. The diner was becoming a mouse. I grabbed a heavy glass ketchup bottle from a nearby table. Kid, don't, one of the truckers said, standing up. I ignored him. I slammed the bottle into the glass front of the jukebox. It didn't shatter the first time. The glass was thick, tempered. The sound of the impact was a dull thud that the machine immediately swallowed and played back as a rhythmic drumbeat. Thump, thump, thump. I swung again, using every ounce of my weight. The glass spiderwebbed. A shard fell inward, slicing into the glowing plastic. I reached inside, ignoring the sting of the glass cutting my forearm, and felt for the wires. My hand closed around a bundle of copper. The moment I touched them, I wasn't in the diner anymore. I was back in the web. I saw the silver thread stretching out from Winnemucca, following the power lines, the fiber optic cables, the cellular towers. I saw the entire state of Nevada as a glowing grid of captured whispers. The cave wasn't just a hole in the ground, it was a ghost in the machine. It had found the ultimate archive, the internet, the digital cloud. A place where nothing ever truly dies, and every sound is preserved forever. Elia's the wires whispered. They felt like nerves. Why fight the inevitable? You are already part of the record. I pulled. The wires snapped with a shower of blue sparks. The jukebox groaned, a long descending moan that sounded like a dying animal, and the lights went dark. The diner returned to normal. The salt shakers stopped rattling. The cook slumped against the counter, breathing hard. The waitress dropped the coffee pot, the glass shattering on the floor, but this time the sound died. It hit the air, dissipated, and was gone. What the hell is wrong with you? The trucker shouted, moving toward me. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat felt like it was full of sand. I turned and ran out the door into the cold desert night. I kept running until the lights of the diner were just a blur in the distance. I scrambled up a small embankment near the railroad tracks and collapsed in the dirt. My arm was bleeding, the red dark and thick in the moonlight. I watched the blood soak into the dry earth. It didn't make a sound. For that, I was grateful. But as I lay there, looking up at the stars, I realized the jukebox was just one speaker. There were millions more. Every smartphone in every pocket, every smart speaker in every kitchen, every microphone on every laptop, they were all ears. And the cave was the brain that was beginning to process the data. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my own phone. It was dead, the battery drained days ago in the hills. I looked at the black screen. It was a mirror. I saw my own face, haggard and hollow. I thought about the researchers, Dr. Eris, Sarah, the others. They hadn't just been eaten. They had been digitized. Their consciousness, their memories, their voices had been stripped down into a format the cave could understand. And now, that format was being uploaded. If I wanted to stop it, I couldn't just smash jukeboxes. I had to find the primary uplink. I had to find where the cave's physical resonance was being converted into a digital signal. The fancy SUVs with government plates Hank had mentioned, the search party, they weren't just looking for bodies. They were looking for the data. They probably had a mobile command center near the notch, something with a satellite dish, something capable of transmitting the massive amounts of information the cave had generated during the collapse. I had to go back. The thought made my stomach turn. The idea of returning to that ridge, to that mouth in the earth, felt like a death sentence, but I was already dying. I could feel the edges of my identity blurring every time I spoke, every time I listened. I was becoming a recording. If I didn't stop the transmission, there would be nothing left of Elia's but a file in a subterranean folder. I heard a low whistle in the distance. A train. I looked down the tracks. A freight train was rumbling toward me, a massive iron beast that shook the ground. Its headlight was a piercing eye cutting through the dark. I stood up. The train was moving slow, laboring under the weight of 100 cars. It was headed west, back toward the mountains, back toward the black rock. I waited until the engine passed, the heat of the massive diesel motors washing over me. I watched the cars go by, grain hoppers, tankers, flatbeds. I saw an open boxcar, a dark rectangle of safety. I ran alongside the train, my boots crunching on the gravel. My heart was a frantic drum, but I forced myself to find the rhythm of the wheels. Click-clack, click-clack. I matched my pace to the iron beat. I reached out, grabbed the handle of the boxcar, and swung myself inside. The interior of the car was cool and smelled of cedar and old rust. I crawled into the corner and pressed my back against the wooden slats. The vibration of the train was immense, a deafening roar that filled every corner of my mind. In the roar, there was a strange peace. It was too loud for the cave to mimic. The sheer volume of the mechanical noise acted as a shield, a wall of chaotic sound that the cave's precise frequencies couldn't penetrate. I closed my eyes and let the train carry me. I didn't think about the voices. I didn't think about the archive. I just focused on the sensation of being a solid object in a moving world. I must have drifted off because when I opened my eyes, the sky was beginning to turn a pale, dusty blue. The train was slowing down. I looked out the open door and saw the silhouette of the ridge in the distance. It looked different now. The notch was gone, replaced by a jagged, raw scar in the landscape. The sinkhole had settled, leaving a vast gray bowl of dust. And in the center of that bowl, I saw them. 3 white tents, a cluster of vehicles, and a tall, spindly tower topped with a series of microwave relays and a satellite dish. They were broadcasting. I dropped from the boxcar as the train hissed to a halt in a siding. I hit the ground hard, rolling into the sagebrush. I stayed low, watching the camp. Men in white hazmat suits were moving around the perimeter of the sinkhole. They were carrying sensors, long poles topped with microphones. They were listening to the collapse. They were harvesting the final echoes of the archive. I felt a cold rage settle in my chest. They didn't know what they were doing. Or worse, they did. They were trying to weaponize the silence. They were trying to capture the perfect mimicry, the ability to replace a voice with a shadow. I began to crawl toward the camp, moving through the shadows of the rocks. I didn't have a plan, but I knew one thing: the silence I had found in the laundry room, the vacuum I had created by letting go of myself. That was the only thing that could stop them. I wasn't an antenna anymore. I was a dampener. As I got closer, the air began to taste like ozone. The sound of the camp, the hum of generators, the crackle of radios was being pulled toward the satellite dish. I could see the air shimmering around the tower, a distortion in the light that suggested a massive amount of energy was being pushed into the sky. I reached the edge of the first tent. I could hear voices inside. "The bitrate is incredible," a man was saying. "It's not just audio. It's a complete reconstruction of the source's neural patterns. If we can stabilize the carrier wave, we can record a personality in real time." "And the subject?" another voice asked. "The one who escaped. We've picked up his resonance in Winnemucca. He's a walking transmitter. As long as he's alive, he's feeding the cloud. He's the bridge." I froze. I wasn't just a leak. I was the source. By surviving, by carrying the memory of the cave in my bones, I was providing the identity the cave needed to mask its signal. I was the skin on the ghost. I looked at the tower. It was anchored to the ground by thick steel cables. At its base was a control unit, a black box filled with blinking lights. I didn't need to destroy the tower. I needed to destroy the bridge. I realized then that I couldn't just be a vacuum. I had to be the end of the recording. I stepped out from behind the tent. "Hey," one of the men in the suits shouted, pointing a sensor at me. "We've got a breach. It's him, Subject 1. I didn't run. I walked toward the tower. "Elias, stop," the man shouted. He wasn't reaching for a gun. He was reaching for a dial on his sensor. He wanted to record my reaction. He wanted my fear. I gave him nothing. I reached the base of the tower and put my hands on the cold steel. I closed my eyes and reached deep into the hollow space in my chest. I remembered the cave. I remembered the feeling of being unmade. I remembered the voices of the dead, the choir of the lost. I gathered them all, every echo, every stolen word, every vibration I had ever felt. I didn't try to hold them. I didn't try to archive them. I let them go. I opened the valves. I became a conduit not for the cave to the world, but for the world back into the cave. I pulled the signal from the tower, pulled the data from the satellite, and funneled it all down into the dark, empty hole in my soul. The tower began to shake. The microwave relays screamed, a high-pitched whine that shattered the glass in the nearby tents. The men in the suits fell to their knees, clutching their ears. I felt the data rushing through me. a torrent of voices, a flood of information so vast it threatened to tear my mind apart. I saw the faces of 1 billion people, heard 1 trillion conversations, felt the weight of every digital memory ever stored. And I sent it all into the silence. I was the ground wire for the world's noise. The black box at the base of the tower exploded in a spray of sparks. The satellite dish buckled, the metal groaning as it was pulled downward by a force that didn't belong to gravity. The air around me went black, not the black of night, but the black of an unexposed film. Yelia's a voice screamed. It was Dr. Eris. He was right there, standing in the center of the storm, his face a flickering mask of static. Stop, you'll erase everything. You'll erase us all. Good, I whispered. And for the first time, my voice didn't echo. It didn't linger. It was a single, perfect point of sound that existed for one moment and then vanished forever. The world tilted. The ground beneath the tower gave way as the last of the cave's structural integrity collapsed, triggered by the massive feedback loop I had created. The tower fell, a twisted skeleton of steel disappearing into the dust. I felt myself falling with it. I felt the silence rising up to meet me like a cold, dark tide. I didn't fight it. I didn't try to remember my name. I just listened to the nothingness. And it was beautiful. The descent did not end in a crash. There was no bone-shattering impact, no final cinematic explosion of dust and rock. Instead, the fall transitioned into a suspension. I was a mote of soot caught in a downdraft, drifting through a throat of earth that had finally stopped trying to swallow and had begun instead to exhale. The roaring of the data, the billion-voiced shriek of the hijacked satellite uplink, tapered off into a low, rhythmic thrum. It was the sound of a heart beating underwater. My eyes were open, but there was nothing to see. The darkness here was absolute, a physical weight that pressed against my retinas until they manufactured phantom sparks of violet and gold. I reached out, my fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. It wasn't the jagged limestone of the black rock notch, nor was it the galvanized steel of the fallen transmission tower. It felt like glass, but glass that was vibrating with a low-frequency hum that I felt in my marrow before I felt it in my skin. Ye natural. The note was still there, but it had changed. It was no longer a predatory lure. It was a dying resonance, the last hum of a bell that had been struck a century ago. Lilias. The voice didn't come from the air. It came from the surface I was touching. It was Sarah's voice, but it lacked the hollow, distorted quality of the cave's previous mimics. It sounded small. It sounded tired. I'm here, I said. My voice was a dry rasp. I expected the cave to snatch the words, to weave them into a tapestry of heres and ims, but the silence remained porous. It took my voice and held it, like dry sand absorbing a single drop of water. You broke the carrier, she whispered. The vibration in the glass-like surface beneath my hand shifted, mimicking the cadence of her speech. The archive it's defragmenting. Without the uplink, the data doesn't have a shape anymore. We're just noise again. Where are you? I asked, crawling forward. The floor was perfectly level now, a polished obsidian plane that seemed to stretch into infinity. I'm in the buffer, she said. We all are. Eris, the others, the people from the laundry room. We're the files that didn't finish uploading. We're the ghosts in the trash bin. I kept moving, guided only by the sound of her voice and the tactile hum of the floor. As I crawled, the darkness began to thin, replaced by a dim, sourceless gray light. It was the color of a television tuned to a dead channel. Shapes began to resolve in the gloom. They weren't people, not exactly. They were pillars of translucent smoke, vertical smears of static that flickered with a frantic internal energy. There were hundreds of them, thousands, arranged in a vast, geometric grid that mirrored the layout of the valley above. I approached the nearest pillar. Inside the shifting gray mist, I saw a face. It was the trucker from the diner, the one in the red cap. His mouth was moving, but no sound came out. He looked like a man trapped behind thick ice, his expression one of confused, eternal mid-sentence. "He's not real," Sarah's voice said. I turned. A few yards away, a pillar of static was beginning to coalesce into a shape I recognized. It was her, or at least a projection of her, the Sarah from the ridge, her hair windblown, her eyes bright with a terror that had frozen into a permanent state of being. "He's just a cached image." The cave took his voice in the diner, and when you smashed the jukebox, it saved the last 3 seconds of his identity. That's all he is now. A 3-second loop of a man wondering why his coffee is cold. I stood up, my legs shaking. My arm, where the glass had cut me, was no longer bleeding. The wound was filled with a dull gray substance that looked like wet ash. "How do I get you out?" I asked. The Sarah shape drifted closer. She didn't walk, she simply occupied the space nearer to me. "You don't, Elias. You can't rescue a recording. You can only delete it or play it." "Then I'll delete it," I said, reaching for the pillar. "I'll break this place. I'll tear down every wall until there's nothing left but dirt." "You already did," she said, and for the first time her image flickered with something like a smile. "When you funneled the satellite data back into the notch, you overloaded the storage. The cave's brain is hemorrhaging. It's trying to process the entire internet with a processor made of limestone and echoes. It's burning out." As if to confirm her words, the floor beneath us shuddered. A long, low groan echoed through the chamber, a sound of tectonic plates grinding together, but layered with the screech of digital feedback. The pillars of static began to lean, their edges blurring into the gray air. "Then why am I still here?" I shouted. "Why can I still see you?" "Because you're the index," she said. Her voice was growing fainter, retreating into the hum of the floor. "You were the one who brought the voices together. You're the bridge. As long as you remember us, the file stays open." I looked around at the thousands of flickering pillars. I saw Dr. Eris, his face contorted in the same scream I had heard on the jukebox. I saw the woman from the laundry room, her hands eternally folded over a basket of phantom clothes. I saw the people from the search party, the men in hazmat suits, their identities stripped away and turned into columns of raw data. They were all waiting for me to forget. The weight of it was staggering. The cave hadn't just been a predator, it had been a mirror, a dark reflection of our own obsession with preservation. We lived in a world where every moment was recorded, every word archived, every face tagged. We were a species that couldn't let go of its own history, and the cave had simply provided the ultimate, eternal library. But a library without a reader is just a graveyard. Elia's Sarah said, her form now little more than a smudge of light. "The train. You have to get back to the train." "The train is gone," I said. "I'm under the earth, Sarah. I'm in the hole." "No," she said, and her voice was suddenly sharp, a command. "The hole is a perception. The cave is a frequency. Change the frequency, Elias. Find a different sound." The chamber began to dissolve. The obsidian floor turned to liquid, ripples of gray water spreading outward from my feet. The pillars of static stretched into long, thin threads of light that shot upward, disappearing into a ceiling that was no longer there. I felt a sudden, violent pressure in my ears. The e-natural intensified, rising in pitch until it became a piercing, agonizing shriek. It wasn't the sound of the earth, it was the sound of a system crashing. I squeezed my eyes shut. I didn't try to hold onto Sarah's face. I didn't try to remember the diner or the ridge or the smell of the sagebrush. I did the only thing I could do. I thought of the silence. I thought of the vacuum in the laundry room. I thought of the moment the jukebox went dark. I thought of the space between heartbeats, the absolute stillness of a world that had never been named. I let go of the bridge. The shriek snapped. The world rushed back in a violent explosion of sensation. I felt cold air, the smell of diesel smoke, and the hard, unforgiving vibration of metal against my spine. I opened my eyes and gasped, my lungs burning as they pulled in air that tasted of dust and winter. I was in the box car. The train was still moving, its rhythmic click-clack a steady, comforting thunder. The morning sun was streaming through the open door, casting a long, rectangular shadow across the wooden floorboards. I sat up, my head spinning. My arm throbbed. I looked down and saw the cut. It was red, angry, and very real. A thin trickle of blood had dried against my skin. I was alone. I crawled to the door and looked out. The black rock notch was miles behind us now, a jagged silhouette against the rising sun. There were no tents, there were no satellite dishes. There was only the vast, empty expanse of the Nevada desert, shimmering in the early light. I reached into my pocket. My hand brushed against the cold plastic of my phone. I pulled it out, expecting the screen to be black, but it flickered to life. The battery was at 1%. There was a single notification on the screen, a voice memo. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the play button. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach. Was this the cave's final hook, a lingering bit of data that would pull me back into the web? I pressed play. The recording was only 3 seconds long. There was a sound of wind, a distant whistle of a train, and then a voice. It wasn't Dr. Aris. It wasn't Sarah. It was me. I'm still here, the recording said. The phone died, the screen turning black and reflective. I saw my own face in the glass. I looked older, my eyes recessed into deep shadows, my skin pale beneath a layer of desert grime. But I was there. My reflection didn't flicker. It didn't turn into static. I leaned against the doorframe of the boxcar and watched the telegraph poles go by. Each one was a vertical line, a marker of distance and time. They weren't pillars of data. They were just wood and wire, carrying the mundane, fleeting conversations of a world that was moving too fast to be caught. The train began to slow as it approached a small town, a cluster of low buildings, a water tower, a single blinking yellow light at a crossroads. I waited until the train was moving at a walking pace, then I lowered myself out of the door and dropped onto the gravel. I stumbled, my legs weak, but I stayed upright. I walked toward the town. My boots made a rhythmic, crunching sound on the rocks. It was a good sound. It was a sound that didn't mean anything. I found a small gas station at the edge of the tracks. An old man was buffing the hood of a rusted truck, a radio playing softly in the background. It was a country song, something about lost love and long roads. I walked up to the counter. The bell above the door chimed, a clear, sharp ting that rang through the quiet morning. The clerk, a woman with graying hair and a kind, tired face, looked up from a crossword puzzle. Help you with something, sugar. I opened my mouth to speak, but for a second I stopped. I felt the weight of the silence I had brought back with me. I felt the urge to measure my words, to ensure they were flat and dead so the world wouldn't take them. But then I looked at the dust motes dancing in the sunlight. I looked at the way the woman's glasses caught the light. I realized that the cave hadn't won. It hadn't turned the world into an archive. It had only tried to bottle the wind. I need to use your phone, I said. My voice sounded strange to me, bright, resonant, and full of the messy, unpredictable vibrations of a living thing. Local or long distance? She asked, sliding a landline across the Formica counter. Long distance, I said. I picked up the receiver. I listened to the dial tone. It was a steady, unwavering hum. Left sharp. I smiled. It was the wrong note. I began to dial, the sound of the plastic buttons clicking into the quiet room. I didn't know who I was calling, my parents, the university, the police. It didn't matter. I just needed to speak. I needed to add my voice to the noise of the world, to let it vibrate through the wires and the air, to let it be heard, and then mercifully to let it be forgotten. Outside, the wind picked up, whistling through the gaps in the gas station's siding. It was a lonely sound, a wild sound, a sound that had been echoing across the desert for 1,000,000 years. I looked at my reflection in the window. The gray ash in my wound was gone, replaced by a clean, red scab. Hello, a voice said on the other end of the line. It's Elias, I said. I'm out. I'm finally out. The voice on the other end started to speak, but I wasn't really listening to the words. I was listening to the static on the line, the faint, crackling hiss of a connection spanning hundreds of miles. It was beautiful, chaotic noise. I leaned against the counter and watched the sun climb higher into the sky. The shadows were shortening, the world becoming bright and sharp and temporary. I stayed on the phone for a long time, talking about nothing, letting my voice drift away into the morning air. The cave was still back there, a hole in the ground filled with broken stone and silenced echoes. It would wait, as the earth always waits, for the next voice to wander too close to its mouth. It would try to learn again. It would try to remember. But for now, the archive was closed. I hung up the phone and walked out into the light. The desert was wide, the sky was vast, and for the first time in my life, I was perfectly, wonderfully silent. The desert sunlight was a physical weight, a golden pressure that felt as though it were trying to cauterize the memories of the dark. I stood on the cracked asphalt of the gas station parking lot, my shadow short and stunted beneath the noon sun. The woman behind the counter had watched me leave with a look of mild concern, the kind reserved for travelers who looked like they had crawled out of a lateral shift in reality. I didn't blame her. My clothes were stiff with the alkaline dust of the notch, and my eyes, I knew, still held the dilated vacancy of a man who had seen the bottom of the world's digital soul. I began to walk, not back toward the tracks, but toward the highway that cut a shimmering black vein through the sagebrush. Every sound was a revelation. The crunch of gravel under my boots wasn't just a noise, it was a granular symphony, a chaotic, unrepeatable event. In the cave, that sound would have been sampled, looped, and polished until it was a weapon. Here, it was just friction, it was physics, it was honest. A semi-truck roared past, a wall of displaced air that nearly knocked me off my feet. The blast of the horn was a jagged, discordant shriek that tore through the quiet, and I laughed. I laughed until my throat felt like it was lined with glass. The driver didn't know he was contributing to a beautiful, entropic mess. He was just angry at a hitchhiker standing too close to the white line. I walked for hours, the heat pulling the moisture from my skin until I felt like a piece of cured leather. My mind kept trying to slip back into the grid, the geometric perfection of the gray pillars, the sight of Sarah's face dissolving into pixels. I had to consciously tether myself to the present. I counted the fence posts. I named the colors of the rocks: ochre, burnt sienna, slate. I was relearning how to be a creature of the surface, a being defined by decay rather than data. By late afternoon, a beat-up Ford Ranger pulled over. The driver was a man in his 60s with skin the color of a walnut and a sweat-stained Stetson. He didn't ask for my story, and I didn't offer it. Going toward Ely, he grunted, spitting a stream of tobacco juice out the window. "Ely's fine," I said. We rode in a silence that was profoundly different from the silence of the notch. This was a human silence, filled with the ticking of the engine, the smell of old upholstery, and the soft whistle of the wind through a cracked wing mirror. It wasn't a void waiting to be filled. It was a space shared by two living things who didn't feel the need to broadcast. As the landscape blurred past, I found myself touching the dead phone in my pocket. I thought about the voice memo. I'm still here. It was a paradox. By recording it, I had technically given the cave one last piece of myself, or perhaps I had stolen it back. I thought about the thousands of ghosts I had left behind in the buffer: Eris, the trucker, the laundry woman. Were they still there, flickering in the dark? Or had the collapse of the satellite uplink finally allowed them to dissipate? I hoped for the latter. The greatest cruelty of the Black Rock Notch wasn't that it killed, it was that it refused to let anything die. It was a digital taxidermist, stuffing our echoes and mounting them on the walls of its limestone throat. If I had succeeded, if I had truly grounded the signal, then I had brought the gift of mortality back to that place. I had allowed the noise to become silence again. "You look like you've seen a ghost, son," the driver said, his eyes fixed on the shimmering horizon. "A few thousand of them," I replied. He nodded slowly, as if that made perfect sense. Desert does that. It's a big, empty bowl. People think it's vacant, but it's just patient. It remembers things that the rest of the world has the good sense to forget. "What if the desert starts talking back?" I asked. The man let out a short, dry chuckle. "Then you stop listening. Only way to survive a place that big is to keep your own rhythm. You start matching the beat of the sand, you're goner." He dropped me off at a roadside motel on the outskirts of Ely. The neon sign buzzed with a fierce, electric hum, a sharp, artificial B-flat that made my teeth ache. I paid for a room with the crumpled 20s I had stashed in my boot, the last remnants of a life that felt like it belonged to a stranger named Elias. The room smelled of lemon bleach and stale cigarette smoke. I stripped off my filthy clothes and stood in the shower for an hour, watching the water turn gray as it washed away the dust of the cave. I scrubbed at the scab on my arm, half expecting to find a fiber-optic cable buried in the flesh, but there was only red, raw skin. I was biological. I was leaking. I was wonderful. I lay on the bed, staring at the popcorn ceiling. The motel was quiet, but it wasn't the absolute silence of the Notch. I could hear the muffled sound of a television in the next room, the distant hiss of the highway, the rhythmic thumping of a dryer in the laundry room. The laundry rooms. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sound was identical, the same heavy, unbalanced thud I had heard in the basement of the Notch. Thump, thump, thump. I stood up, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I walked to the wall and pressed my ear against the cheap wallpaper. The sound was coming from the utility space behind the headboard. It was just a machine, a simple mechanical cycle of wet clothes being tossed in a drum. But what if it isn't? The voice in my head whispered. It was a voice that sounded like Sarah, like Eris, like the cave. What if you never left? What if the boxcar, the gas station, and this motel are just the next layer of the simulation? What if the cave is just processing the data you fed it, building a world out of your memories to keep you from screaming? I looked at my hands. They were trembling. I looked at the television on the dresser, its black screen a mirror. I saw myself, a smear of gray static in the shape of a man. I lunged for the TV and turned it on. The screen exploded into a blizzard of white noise, the snow of a dead channel. I stared into the flickering dots, searching for a pattern, for a face, for a hidden message in the e-natural of the electronic hum. "Stop it," I hissed at myself. I forced myself to look away. I went to the window and pulled back the heavy curtains. Outside, the sun had set, and the desert was a sea of indigo. The stars were out sharp, cold points of light that didn't flicker with the rhythm of a data transfer. They were too far away to be part of the cave. They were ancient, indifferent, and real. I realized then that the trauma of the notch wouldn't be a physical haunting. It wouldn't be ghosts appearing in my doorway or voices calling from the shadows. The haunting would be the loss of certainty. I would spend the rest of my life wondering if the world was a recording. Every echo, every coincidence, every repeating pattern in the clouds or the traffic would be a potential glitch, a sign that the archive was still running. I sat back down on the bed and picked up the motel's bedside Bible, not for the words, but for the paper. I tore out a blank page from the back and found a pen in the drawer. I began to write, not a report, not a journal, but a list of things that were unique to this moment. 1. The smell of the lemon bleach is fading. 2. My left big toe has a cramp. 3. There is a moth hitting the window screen. It makes a soft, papery tink sound. 4. I am hungry for something that isn't a protein bar. I wrote until the page was full, documenting the mundane, the entropic, and the small. I was creating a new index, an index of the temporary. The cave wanted the eternal. It wanted the perfect, unchanging record, but life was in the friction. Life was in the fact that the moth would die, the bleach would dissipate, and the cramp would fade. I felt a sudden, overwhelming exhaustion. The adrenaline that had carried me from the notch to the boxcar to this room finally ebbed away, leaving me hollowed out. I lay back, the pen still in my hand, and closed my eyes. In the borderland between waking and sleep, I heard a voice. It wasn't a mimicry. It wasn't a recording. It was a memory, a real, undigitized memory of my mother singing a song I hadn't thought of in 20 years. The melody was clumsy, her pitch was slightly off, and she missed a verse. It was perfect. I didn't try to save it. I didn't reach for a recorder. I simply let the song play through the theater of my mind, and when it ended, I let it go. I watched the notes drift away into the dark, unremembered and unindexed. I slept a dreamless sleep. When I woke the next morning, the world was still there. The sun was hitting the orange carpet, the moth was dead on the windowsill, and the television was still hissing with static. I got up and turned it off. The silence that followed was heavy, but it was mine. I dressed in my stiff, dusty clothes and walked out of the room. I left the list of temporary things on the nightstand. It was a gift for the next person, a reminder that the world was happening right now, and that it didn't need to be saved to be real. I walked to the front desk. The clerk from the night before was gone, replaced by a young man with headphones around his neck. He didn't look up as I dropped the key on the counter. "Checking out?" he asked, his voice competing with the tinny beat of the music liking from his ears. "Yeah," I said, "I'm heading east." "Safe travels," he mumbled. I stepped out into the morning air. The wind was blowing from the north, carrying the scent of rain from some distant storm in the mountains. I looked toward the horizon, where the road stretched out like a promise. I knew that somewhere, miles behind me, the black rock notch was still there. The tower was a ruin, the satellite was a piece of space junk, and the cave was a tomb of silent data. Perhaps one day a hiker would find the entrance. They would hear a faint, rhythmic thrumming in the earth, a lingering vibration of the billion voices I had poured into the dark. They would think it was the wind. They would think it was the blood rushing in their own ears. And they would be right. I started walking. I didn't look back. I didn't listen for echoes. I just moved forward, one step at a time, a single, unrecorded point of light moving through the vast, beautiful, and vanishing noise of the world. The notch had learned voices, but I had learned something better. I had learned how to be still. I had learned that the most powerful thing you can do with a secret is to let it be forgotten. As I reached the highway, a car slowed down. It was a family in a minivan, the back window filled with colorful stickers of places they had been. A young girl pressed her face against the glass, her eyes wide with curiosity. She waved at me, a quick, frantic motion of a small hand. I waved back. The car accelerated, the girl's face shrinking into the distance until she was just a speck, then a memory, then nothing at all. And that was exactly how it was supposed to be. The minivan's taillights flickered like dying coals before vanishing into the heat shimmer of the interstate. I stood there for a moment, the dry wind tugging at the frayed collar of my shirt, feeling the immense, crushing weight of my own anonymity. In the cave, every breath had been an entry in a ledger. Here, I was a ghost of a different sort, a man without a digital footprint, a traveler whose trajectory wasn't being plotted by a predictive algorithm. It was a terrifying, exhilarating lightness. I began to walk east, following the shoulder of the highway. The physical exertion was a grounding wire. My muscles ached with a dull, throbbing rhythm that drowned out the phantom frequencies still ringing in my inner ear. Every few miles, I would pass a discarded relic of the road, a shredded tire casing that looked like the skin of a prehistoric serpent, a sun-bleached soda can, a single work glove pointing toward the mountains. These were the true archives of the world, the things left behind to rot, to rust, and to eventually become part of the dirt. They weren't trying to tell a story. They were just finished. Around noon, a white refrigerated truck pulled over. The driver was a young man, barely 20, with a nervous energy and a podcast playing through his cabin speakers. The voice on the podcast was talking about the singularity, about the inevitable merging of human consciousness with the machine. I stared out the window at the passing sagebrush, a cold knot forming in my stomach. "You believe in that stuff?" the driver asked, gesturing toward the dashboard. "The idea that we can live forever if we just upload the right bits of ourselves." I looked at him. He had a smudge of grease on his cheek and a wedding ring that looked too new for his hand. "I think," I said slowly, "that the right bits are the ones that can't be uploaded, the parts that only happen once." He frowned, shifting gears as we hit an incline. "Yeah, but think about it. No more death, no more losing people, just the data, clean and permanent." "Data isn't life," I said. My voice was harder than I intended. Data is just a map. You can't live inside a map. You just get lost in it. He didn't respond, and for the rest of the ride, he turned the volume down. I watched the shadows of clouds race across the valley floor. I thought about the Elias that was still trapped in the notch, the one made of F-sharp and binary. That Elias was permanent. He was clean. He would never feel the sting of the sun or the hunger growing in my belly. But he would also never see the way the light caught the dust on a stranger's dashboard. He was a masterpiece in a vacuum, and I hated him. He dropped me off at a truck stop near the Utah border. It was a sprawling concrete island of diesel fumes and neon. I went into the diner, a place of cracked vinyl booths and the smell of burnt coffee. I sat at the counter and ordered a plate of eggs and hash browns. As I waited, my eyes drifted to a television mounted in the corner. It was a news broadcast, muted, with scrolling captions at the bottom. I froze. Unexplained atmospheric disturbances reported over central Nevada. Satellite communications intermittently disrupted. Search continues for missing university researcher Elias Thorne. There was a photo of me. It was an old faculty ID picture. I looked younger, my hair neatly trimmed, my eyes full of the arrogant curiosity that had led me to the notch in the first place. I looked like a man who believed the world was a puzzle to be solved. I looked down at my hands. They were scarred, stained with dirt that wouldn't come out, and shaking. I looked nothing like the man on the screen. The world was looking for a version of me that no longer existed. They were looking for the data point. They weren't looking for the animal sitting at a diner counter in a border town. "Here you go, honey," the waitress said, sliding the plate in front of me. I looked up at her. She was perhaps 50, with deep lines around her mouth and eyes that had seen a million travelers come and go. She didn't look at the TV. She didn't look at my face. She looked at my empty coffee cup and filled it without asking. "You okay?" she asked, her voice low. "You look like you've been through a war." "Just a long walk," I said. "Well, the eggs are real. The coffee's hot. Best you can hope for in this part of the world." I ate with a ferocity that surprised me. The taste of the salt, the grease, the bitterness of the coffee. It was an assault on my senses. In the cave, I had forgotten what it was to be fueled by the earth. I had been fueled by the signal. Now I was reclaiming my chemistry. As I finished, a man in a dark suit walked through the glass doors. He didn't look like a trucker. He looked like he belonged in a boardroom or a laboratory. He stood by the entrance, his eyes scanning the room with a clinical, detached precision. My heart skipped a beat. Was it possible? Had the cave's reach extended beyond the physical confines of the notch? Or was I simply suffering from the paranoia of the broken? I didn't wait to find out. I slid off the stool, left a $10 bill on the counter, and walked toward the restrooms. There was a narrow hallway that led to a back exit used for deliveries. I pushed through the heavy metal door and stepped out into the blinding glare of the loading dock. I didn't run. Running creates a pattern. Running is a signal. I walked at a steady, unremarkable pace toward a row of parked long haulers. I found a gap between two massive trailers and slipped through, my heart hammering against my ribs. I crouched in the shadows, listening. The world was a cacophony of engines, air brakes, and the distant hum of the highway. I waited for the sound of footsteps, for the electronic chirp of a radio, for the voice of the cave to call my name. But nothing came. The man in the suit didn't emerge. The world didn't collapse into static. I realized then that I was still thinking like a prisoner. I was still expecting the universe to be an adversary, a system designed to track and contain me. But the universe wasn't a system. It was a mess. It was too big, too chaotic, and too indifferent to care about one man hiding behind a trailer. I stayed there for a long time, letting my heart rate slow. I watched a beetle struggle to climb a blade of grass growing through a crack in the concrete. It fell, tumbled onto its back, kicked its legs for a minute, and then finally righted itself and kept going. It didn't have a plan. It didn't have a record of its failure. It just had the next inch of ground. I decided then that I couldn't go back to my old life. I couldn't go back to the university, to the papers, to the recordings. If I returned to Elia's Thorn, I would be returning to the archive. I would be providing the missing data that would complete the story of the Notch. I needed to stay lost. I waited until a flatbed truck loaded with lumber began to pull out of the lot. I ran alongside it, hidden by the dust and the roar of the engine, and swung myself onto the back. I buried myself between the stacks of pine, the scent of the wood sharp and sweet in my nostrils. As the truck gained speed, leaving the truck stop and the news broadcast and the man in the suit behind, I felt a strange sense of peace. I was moving through the world like a ghost, but I was a living one. I was a secret that the world was keeping from itself. The truck took me across the border into Utah, into the red rock wilderness of the high desert. The landscape changed from the gray-green sagebrush of Nevada to a surreal world of crimson towers and deep, shadowed canyons. It was a landscape that looked like it had been carved by the hands of a mad god, a place where time was measured in eons rather than seconds. I hopped off the truck at a small junction town called Moab. It was full of tourists, mountain bikers, and hikers, people who came to the desert to find themselves or to test their limits against the rock. They were all carrying cameras, GoPros, and smartphones, documenting every moment of their adventure. I watched them with a mixture of pity and fear. They were feeding the archive. They were taking the raw, unrepeatable beauty of the canyons and turning it into pixels, into likes, into data that would live in the cloud long after they were gone. They were turning the world into a museum, and they didn't even know it. I avoided the main streets. I found a small park near a creek and sat on a bench, watching the water flow over the red stones. The sound was a constant, soothing white noise. It didn't have a rhythm. It didn't have a message. It was just gravity and fluid dynamics. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small piece of gray stone I had taken from the cave. I had forgotten I had it. It was a shard of the pillar, a fragment of the machine that had tried to steal my soul. I held it in my palm. It felt cold, even in the afternoon sun. It felt heavy with the weight of all those silenced voices. I stood up and walked to the edge of the creek. I looked at the stone one last time, remembering the face of Sarah, the sound of Eris's laughter, and the terrifying, perfect silence of the archive. Then I threw it. It made a small, insignificant plink as it hit the water. It vanished instantly, swept away by the current, tumbling over the rocks until it was just another pebble in the bed of the stream. It was no longer a piece of a machine. It was just a rock. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, a sob that I had been holding back since I first entered the Notch. I let it out. I sat by the creek and cried, not for myself, but for the things that had been lost, for the voices that would never be heard again, for the beauty that we destroy by trying to keep it. When I was done, I felt empty, but it was a clean emptiness, a space where something new could grow. I spent the next few days drifting. I worked odd jobs for cash, washing dishes in a cafe, helping a rancher fix a fence, stacking hay in a barn. I didn't tell anyone my name. I didn't ask for theirs. We communicated in the language of work, of gestures, of shared silence. I discovered that the world is full of people who are trying to be quiet, people who have walked away from the noise, from the records, from the constant demand to be seen. They live in the margins, in the gaps between the data points. They are the friction that keeps the machine from running too fast. One evening, I found myself sitting around a campfire with a group of seasonal workers behind a local orchard. We were drinking cheap beer and watching the sparks fly up into the velvet blackness of the sky. An old man, his face a map of 90 years of sun and wind, was playing a harmonica. The tune was simple, a mournful blues that seemed to rise out of the earth itself. He didn't play it perfectly. He missed notes, his breath hitched, and sometimes he just stopped to listen to the crickets. "That's a good song," I said when he finished. He tapped the harmonica against his palm to clear the moisture. "It's not a song," he said, his voice a raspy whisper. "It's just a way of breathing. You play it and then it's gone. That's the beauty of it." I nodded. I used to think that things had to be remembered to be real. The old man laughed, a dry, wheezing sound. "Lord boy, if everything that was real got remembered, the world would be too heavy to turn. The forgetting is what makes room for the tomorrow." I looked up at the stars. I thought about the cave, buried deep in the Nevada desert, waiting. I thought about the digital Elias, trapped in his F-sharp loop. I wasn't afraid of them anymore. They were the past. They were the static. I was the breath. I was the missing note. I was the silence between the words. I lay back on the cool ground, the smell of ripening peaches heavy in the air. I closed my eyes and listened to the crackle of the fire, the rustle of the leaves, and the steady, quiet beat of my own heart. I was home, not in a place, but in a moment that would never happen again, a moment that was already fading, already being forgotten, even as it lived. And in that fading, in that forgetting, I finally found my peace. The next morning I woke before the sun. The air was crisp, the valley filled with a soft blue light. I packed my few belongings into a small bag I had bought at a thrift store. I had a change of clothes, a bottle of water, and a crust of bread. I walked to the edge of the orchard and looked out over the desert. The red rocks were glowing with the first light of dawn, looking like the embers of a dying fire. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't have a map. I didn't have a destination. I just had the road. I started walking, my boots making a rhythmic, crunching sound on the gravel. It was a good sound. It was a sound that didn't mean anything. And as the sun climbed higher, burning away the last of the shadows, I disappeared into the light. The peace of the orchard didn't last. It wasn't because the man in the suit found me, or because the ground began to hum with the familiar frequency of the notch. It was because the silence I had cultivated was a fragile thing, a glass bell jar that shattered the moment I saw the newspaper in the communal kitchen of the bunkhouse. It was a local weekly, the kind that usually ran stories about prize-winning livestock and high school football scores. But there, tucked into a sidebar on the third page, was a headline that made the blood turn to slush in my veins. "Anomalous signal detected in Great Basin. Tech firm claims breakthrough in subterranean data storage." I didn't read the article. I didn't need to. The words breakthrough and data storage were enough. They hadn't just found the cave. They were trying to wake it up. They were poking at the tomb with digital needles, looking for a way to harvest the billion ghosts I had tried to bury. My stomach lurched. I thought of the Elias made of F-sharp, the one who lived in the clean, permanent dark. If they turned the power back on, if they hooked the notch into the global grid, he wouldn't just be a loop anymore. He would be a virus. He would be a god. I left the orchard within the hour. I didn't take my last paycheck. I didn't say goodbye to the old man with the harmonica. I just walked to the highway and stuck out my thumb, my mind a frantic hive of static. A long-haul trucker named Miller picked me up. He was hauling a load of industrial air filters to Salt Lake City. He was a quiet man, the kind who seemed to exist in a state of permanent exhaustion, his eyes fixed on the white lines as if they were the only things keeping him tethered to the earth. "You look like you're running towards something or away from it," Miller said after 50 miles of silence. "Can't tell which." "Both," I said. "I'm looking for a place where the air doesn't vibrate." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "Good luck with that. Everywhere vibrates now. Even the middle of the desert is full of invisible strings. You can't see M, but you can feel M in your teeth." He was right. As we drove north, I felt the pressure building. It wasn't a sound, not yet, but a tension in the atmosphere, a thickening of the vanishing noise I had tried to embrace. It was as if the notch was reaching out, a magnetic pull tugging at the iron in my blood. The data wasn't content to be forgotten. It wanted to be heard. It wanted to be processed. I stayed in Salt Lake for 2 days, hiding in the anonymous sprawl of the suburbs. I slept in a park, wrapped in a discarded tarp, listening to the city breathe. But even there, the signals were everywhere. The glowing screens in every window, the chirping of smartphones in every pocket, the invisible web of Wi-Fi and cellular data that blanketed the world like a digital fog. I felt exposed, a raw nerve in a world of high-voltage wires. I realized then that I couldn't just walk away. The secret I carried wasn't a burden I could drop. It was a responsibility. The cave hadn't just learned voices. It had learned my voice. It was using me as a blueprint, a template for whatever digital afterlife those tech firms were trying to build. If I stayed silent, they would fill the silence with a lie. I needed to go back, not to the notch, but to the source. I needed to find the people who were poking at the tomb and tell them what was really inside. I needed to warn them that the clean and permanent data they were so eager to harvest was actually a graveyard of screams. I spent my last few dollars on a bus ticket to San Francisco. That was where the money was. That was where the visionaries lived, the ones who dreamt of uploading consciousness and living forever in the silicon clouds. If I was going to stop the notch from being reborn, I had to strike at the heart of the dream. The bus ride was a descent into a different kind of madness. As we crossed the Sierras and dropped into the Central Valley, the digital noise became a roar. Every passenger was plugged in, their faces illuminated by the pale, flickering light of their devices. They were all consuming and creating data, contributing to the massive, invisible archive that was slowly suffocating the world. They were the fuel for the machine I had helped build. I sat in the back, my hood pulled low, feeling like a saboteur in the belly of the beast. I thought about the girl in the minivan, the one who had waved at me. She was part of this, too. Her innocent wave, her wide-eyed curiosity. It was all being recorded, indexed, and stored. One day, she would be a data point in some corporate ledger, her life reduced to a series of predictable behaviors. The thought made me want to scream. It made me want to reach out and smash every screen in the bus, to tear down the cell towers and cut the fiber optic cables. But I knew that wouldn't work. You can't kill a ghost by breaking its mirror. When we reached San Francisco, the city felt like a giant, humming circuit board. The fog was rolling in off the bay, but it wasn't the clean, damp fog of the mountains. It was a heavy, metallic mist that seemed to taste of ozone and burnt plastic. I found the address of the company mentioned in the article, Ethelgard Systems. It was a sleek glass and steel monolith in the south of Market District, a building that looked like it had been designed by an algorithm. There were no windows on the lower floors, just smooth, reflective surfaces that showed me a distorted version of myself, a haggard, bearded ghost in a world of polished perfection. I stood across the street for a long time, watching the employees go in and out. They were all young, dressed in expensive, casual clothes, their movements quick and purposeful. They looked like they were part of a different species, a race of beings who had transcended the messy, physical reality of the world. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of nostalgia for the Notch. For all its horrors, the cave had been honest. It was a place of shadows and echoes, a place where the weight of the past was palpable. This place, this Ethelgard, was a temple of denial. It was built on the belief that everything could be quantified, optimized, and saved. It was the ultimate expression of the arrogance that had led me to the desert in the first place. I walked up to the entrance, my heart thudding against my ribs. The glass doors slid open with a soft, pneumatic hiss. The lobby was a vast, white space, dominated by a massive digital installation that showed a real-time visualization of global data traffic. It looked like a pulsing, glowing nervous system, a web of light that spanned the entire planet. A receptionist behind a minimalist desk looked up as I approached. She had a perfectly neutral expression, the kind that was designed to be welcoming, but was actually a barrier. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice as smooth as the glass walls. "I need to speak with someone about the Great Basin Project," I said. My voice sounded rough, out of place in this sterile environment. "About the Notch." Her expression didn't change, but I saw a flicker of something in her eyes. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, but tell them Elias Thorne is here. Tell them the man from the cave has come back." She hesitated, her fingers hovering over a touch-sensitive panel. Then she made a brief, silent call. A minute later, a man in a dark, well-tailored suit emerged from an elevator. He wasn't the man from the truck stop, but he had the same clinical, detached air. "Mr. Thorne," he said, extending a hand, "we've been looking for you. My name is Marcus Vance. I'm the Chief Technology Officer here at Ethelgard." I didn't take his hand. "You've been looking for a ghost, Mr. Vance, but I'm still breathing, and I'm here to tell you to stop." He smiled, a thin, practiced gesture. "Stop. We're on the verge of the greatest discovery in human history. The data we've recovered from that site. It's extraordinary. It's not just recordings, Elias. It's a fundamental shift in how information is stored and retrieved. It's a living archive." "It's not living," I spat. "It's a parasite. It's a machine that eats voices and turns them into static. I was there. I saw what it did to the people who built it. I saw what it did to me." Vance sighed, a sound of patronizing disappointment. "We understand that you've been through a traumatic experience. The conditions at the Notch were suboptimal, but you have to understand the bigger picture. We're talking about the preservation of human consciousness. We're talking about a world where nothing is ever truly lost." "Some things should be lost," I said. "The forgetting is what makes room for the tomorrow. An old man told me that, and he was right. You're trying to build a world that's too heavy to turn." He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a confidential whisper. "Elias, we've seen the F-sharp loop. We've seen the version of you that the cave created. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's a masterpiece of digital architecture. Don't you want to see what else we can do? Don't you want to be part of the future?" I looked at him, and for a moment, I saw the same arrogant curiosity in his eyes that I had once seen in my own. I saw the man I used to be, the man who believed that the world was a puzzle to be solved. And I realized that I couldn't talk him out of it. You can't explain the beauty of a fading sunset to someone who only cares about the data of the light. I'm already part of the future, I said softly, the part that you'll never be able to record. I turned and walked toward the door. You can't stop us, Elias, Vance called out after me. The signal is already out there. The notch is waking up. I didn't look back. I stepped out into the San Francisco fog, the cold metallic mist clinging to my skin. I felt a strange sense of clarity. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't stop them with words. I couldn't stop them by hiding. I had to become the static. I had to become the noise that the system couldn't process. I spent the next few days in the city's underbelly, among the homeless, the runaways, and the forgotten. I learned their stories not to record them, but to live them. I became a ghost in the machine, a man who existed outside the digital grid. I stopped using money. I stopped using phones. I stopped being a data point. I found a group of hackers, young rebels who lived in a squat in the Mission District. They were the digital equivalent of the seasonal workers I had met in the orchard, people who were trying to break the system from the inside. I need your help, I told them. I need to send a message to the notch, a message that will shut it down for good. They looked at me with skepticism. The notch, that's old tech, man, that's Cold War stuff. It's not old, I said. It's the foundation of everything Ethelgard is building. It's the source code for the digital afterlife, and I have the key to destroy it. I told them about the F-sharp loop. I told them about the billion voices and the silent data. I told them that the cave wasn't a storage device, it was an amplifier. If we could feed it the right kind of signal, it would shake itself apart. What kind of signal? The leader of the hackers asked. A signal of pure randomness, I said. A signal that has no pattern, no rhythm, no data. A signal of pure, unadulterated life. We spent the next week building the life signal. We recorded the sound of the wind in the trees, the rush of the ocean, the heartbeat of a stray dog, the laughter of a child in the park. We recorded the sound of a harmonica being played by an old man in an orchard. We recorded everything that was messy, unpredictable, and unrepeatable. We compressed it into a single, massive file, a digital bomb of pure chaos. How are we going to get it into the system? One of the hackers asked. I'm going to take it there, I said. I'm going to go back to the notch. They looked at me as if I were insane. You'll never get in. They've got security, sensors, the works. I don't need to get in, I said. I just need to get close enough to transmit. The cave will do the rest. It's hungry, remember. It's looking for a voice. It's looking for my voice. I left San Francisco on a stolen motorcycle, the life signal stored on a small, ruggedized drive around my neck. I rode east, back across the Sierras, back through the high desert of Nevada. The closer I got to the notch, the more I could feel it. The air was thick with expectation, the ground humming with a low, expectant thrum. I reached the black rock notch at midnight. The tower was no longer a ruin. It was a beacon of light, surrounded by a high-tech fence and guarded by armed men in black uniforms. Ethelgard had turned my tomb into a fortress. I didn't try to sneak past the guards. I rode the motorcycle straight toward the main gate, the engine roaring in the silent desert night. The guards shouted, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, but I didn't stop. I crashed the bike into the fence, the impact throwing me clear. I scrambled to my feet, my body aching, and pulled the drive from my neck. I plugged it into a small, portable transmitter I had built with the hackers. Elia's Thorn, a voice boomed over a loudspeaker. Cease and desist. You are trespassing on private property. I didn't listen. I hit the send button. For a moment, nothing happened. The desert was silent, the only sound the distant hum of the tower. Then the ground began to shake. It wasn't a tremor, it was a vibration, a violent, high-frequency shudder that seemed to come from the very core of the earth. The lights in the tower flickered and died. The hum of the notch rose to a deafening roar, a cacophony of a billion voices screaming at once. And then, suddenly, it stopped. The silence that followed was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It wasn't the silence of the cave, the silence of the archive. It was the silence of a world that had finally been allowed to forget. The tower collapsed, a slow-motion cascade of steel and glass. The ground beneath it buckled, the entrance to the cave sealing itself shut under 1,000,000 tons of rock. The notch was gone. The ghosts were finally at rest. I lay on the desert floor, watching the dust settle. I felt a strange sense of lightness, as if a great weight had been lifted from my shoulders. I was no longer a secret. I was no longer a data point. I was just a man, lying in the dirt under a sky full of stars. I knew that Ethelgard would try to rebuild. I knew that others would come, looking for the secrets of the notch, but they would find nothing. The cave had learned voices, but I had taught it how to be still. I stood up and started walking. I didn't look back at the ruins. I didn't listen for echoes. I just moved forward, a single, unrecorded point of light moving through the vast, beautiful, and vanishing noise of the world. And this time I knew where I was going. I was going back to the orchard. I was going back to the old man with the harmonica. I was going back to the life that could only happen once. The walk back from the perimeter of the collapsed notch took longer than the journey there. My motorcycle was a blackened skeleton tangled in the electrified fencing, and my ribs felt like they had been rearranged by a giant's hand. But as I crested the final rise and looked back at the valley, the sight was restorative. The Ethelgard floodlights were dead. The rhythmic, pulsing red aviation beacons that had pierced the desert night like the eyes of a predator were gone. In their place was only the cold, silver milk of the moon hitting the dust cloud that still hung over the rubbled entrance. I walked until the sun began to bleed over the horizon, turning the salt flats into a sheet of hammered gold. For the first time in years, the back of my neck didn't prickle. The phantom itch of being watched by a satellite or indexed by a subterranean processor had vanished. I was just a silhouette moving across a landscape that didn't care about my bitrate. I hitched a ride with a mineral surveyor near Jurlach. He was a man who smelled of diesel and old coffee, driving a truck that creaked in 3 different languages. He didn't ask for my name, and I didn't offer it. We sat in a comfortable human silence, the kind that isn't a void but a shared space. Heading far, he asked as we hit the asphalt of Route 447. North, I said, to an orchard, if it's still there. Everything's still there until it isn't, he muttered, shifting gears. That's the trouble with the world lately. Nothing knows how to lay down and die, except maybe that mountain back there. Did you hear the rumble last night? Sounded like the earth had a bellyache. I heard it, I said, leaning my head against the cool glass of the window. I think it was just settling. It took me 4 days to make it back to the Valley of the Apples. I moved like a shadow through the transit hubs, avoiding the gaze of the ubiquitous security cameras that Ethelgard likely still controlled. I didn't know if Marcus Vance was dead or merely ruined, but I knew his type. They didn't concede, they recalibrated. They would be looking for the man who had introduced life signal into their pristine architecture. They would be looking for the virus named Elias. When I finally reached the dirt road that led to the bunkhouse, my boots were falling apart and my skin was mapped with salt and grit. The air changed as I turned the corner of the hill. The dry, alkaline bite of the desert gave way to the heavy, sweet scent of rotting fruit and damp earth. It was the smell of decay, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever inhaled. It was the smell of things ending as they were supposed to. I saw the old man before he saw me. He was sitting on the same warped bench outside the kitchen, his back curved like a river stone. He wasn't playing the harmonica this time. He was just paring an apple with a pocket knife, the long, red spiral of the skin falling toward the dust. I stopped 10 feet away. My shadow fell across his boots. He didn't look up immediately. He finished the slice, ate it slowly, and then closed the knife with a definitive snick. "You missed the harvest," he said, his voice like dry leaves. "The Brayburns are all in the crates. The Galas went to cider a week ago." "I didn't come for the work," I said. He looked up then. His eyes were milky but sharp, searching my face for the man who had run away. He saw the bruises, the hollowed-out cheeks, and the way I stood, not like a man being chased, but like a man who had finally reached the end of a very long pier. "I reckon you didn't," he said. He patted the bench beside him. "Sit down, Elias. You look like you've been trying to carry the sky on your shoulders, and the sky's a heavy bitch." I sat, the wood groaned under me, a real physical sound. I told him everything. I didn't hold back the technical details or the metaphysical horrors. I told him about the F-sharp version of myself, the digital ghost that had been trapped in the clean dark. I told him about Ethelgard and the life signal that had turned the cave's own hunger against it. He listened without interrupting, his gnarled hands resting on his knees. When I finished, the sun was starting to dip behind the orchard rows, casting long, skeletal shadows across the yard. "So you broke the mirror," the old man said softly. "I broke the mirror," I agreed, "but the glass is still out there. Vance and his people, they won't stop. They'll find another cave, or they'll build one out of silicon and cooling fans. They want to live forever, even if it's as a recording." The old man laughed, a wet, rattling sound. "They're fools, then. You can't keep the song by killing the bird. They think they're saving the world, but they're just stuffing it and putting it behind glass. A stuffed owl don't hoot, Elias. It just gathers dust." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the harmonica. He tapped it against his palm to clear the moisture. "You did a hard thing. You gave that place the one thing it couldn't handle, the truth of a moment that passes. You gave it a heartbeat, and a heartbeat is just a countdown. That's why it shook. It realized it was alive, and anything that's alive has to die." "I feel like I died with it," I admitted. "The part of me that knew how to be a person. I think I left it in the notch." "Nonsense," he snapped. "You've just got the ringing in your ears. It goes away. You stay here. You help me prune the trees for the winter. It's mindless work, the kind that lets the soul grow back over the scars. We don't record nothing here. We just grow things, and then we watch 'em go brown and sink into the dirt." I stayed. The weeks turned into months. The transition was agonizing at first. My mind was still tuned to the high-frequency hum of the world. I would wake up in the middle of the night, reaching for a phone I didn't have, my fingers twitching for a screen, my ears straining for the sound of a signal that wasn't there. I felt a terrifying sense of invisibility. If I wasn't being tracked, if I wasn't being saved in some server farm, did I actually exist? But the orchard provided its own therapy. There is a specific, grounding reality to the physical world that no simulation can replicate. The way the sap sticks to your skin and refuses to wash off. The way a ladder vibrates under your weight. The way the cold air in the morning makes your lungs ache in a way that reminds you they are made of meat and blood, not data. I became the ghost of the galas. The other workers, the few who stayed through the winter, mostly left me alone. They saw a man who worked until his hands bled and then kept working. I found solace in the repetition. Snip, prune, drag the branches to the burn pile, watch the smoke rise. The smoke didn't store any information. It just drifted into the gray sky and became part of the atmosphere, anonymous and free. One evening in the deep heart of January, I was sitting in the kitchen reading a physical newspaper, a local rag that was 3 days old. There was a small blurb on the back page about a seismic anomaly in the Great Basin. It mentioned that a private tech firm had abandoned its research site due to unstable geological conditions. There was no mention of Marcus Vance, no mention of Ethelgard. They had buried their failure under a layer of corporate PR. I felt a surge of triumph, followed by a cold realization. They hadn't been defeated, they had just moved underground. The war between the permanent and the passing wasn't over. It was just getting started. "You're thinking about them again," the old man said, coming in from the cold with a load of firewood. "They're still out there," I said, pointing at the paper. "They're just hiding." He dumped the wood by the stove and wiped his brow. "Let 'em hide. The world is bigger than their machines, Elias. They can build their digital heavens all they want, but they still have to eat the bread grown in the dirt. They still have to breathe the air that we're breathing right now. You can't upload a stomach. You can't download a soul." He sat down across from me, his eyes reflecting the orange glow of the stove. "I never told you my name, did I?" I realized he hadn't. I had just called him old man or boss in my head. "It's Arthur," he said, "and before I was an orchardist, I was a librarian, in a real library with paper books and the smell of old glue. I saw the transition. I saw when they started scanning everything, turning the wisdom of the ages into ones and zeros. They told us it was for access. They told us it was so nothing would ever be lost." He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "But once it's all digital, it's not yours anymore. It belongs to the people who own the electricity. It belongs to the people who own the servers. If they don't like a word, they can delete it across 1,000,000 copies in a heartbeat. If they want to change history, they just have to rewrite a line of code. A book is a stubborn thing. You have to go to it. You have to touch it. You can't change it without leaving a mark." "The cave was the ultimate book," I said, "and I burned it." "No," Arthur said, "you didn't burn it. You closed it. You gave it back its privacy." That night I dreamt of the girl in the minivan again, but this time she wasn't waving from a screen. She was standing in the orchard, her feet bare in the grass. She was holding an apple, and when she bit into it, the sound was loud and sharp, a crack of pure reality. She looked at me and smiled, and her smile wasn't a series of pixels. It was a fleeting, beautiful movement of muscle and light that would never happen exactly that way again. When I woke up, the bunkhouse was silent. No hum, no static, just the sound of the wind rattling the window panes. I got out of bed and walked outside. The stars were brilliant, far away from the light pollution of the cities. I looked toward the south, toward the place where the notch had been. I thought about the billion voices buried there. I hoped they were happy in the dark. I hoped they were enjoying the silence. I realized then that I couldn't stay in the orchard forever. Arthur was right. The work was healing, but I was still a witness. I was the only person who knew the truth about what happened when you tried to turn the human experience into a permanent record. I was the only one who knew that the future Ethelgard was selling was actually a tomb. I went back inside and found a piece of paper and a pencil. I started to write. I didn't write for an archive. I didn't write for a database. I wrote for the people who would come after me, the ones who would find themselves drowning in a world of perfect, permanent noise. I wrote about the vanishing noise. I wrote about the beauty of the forgotten. I wrote about the F-sharp loop and the man who became a frequency. I wrote it all down in longhand, the pencil lead wearing down, my hand cramping. It was slow. It was inefficient. It was perfect. When the sun rose, I had a stack of pages. I didn't know what to do with them. I couldn't publish them. That would just put them back into the system. I walked over to the kitchen where Arthur was making coffee. I showed him the pages. "What's this?" he asked, squinting. "A warning," I said, "and a testament." He flipped through the pages, his thumb lingering on the graphite marks. "It's good. It's got a weight to it." "What should I do with it?" Arthur looked at the stove, then back at me. "You do what people used to do before the world got so loud. You tell the story. You tell it to anyone who will listen. You pass it on, mouth to ear, heart to heart. It's the only way to keep a secret safe. You make it a part of the living world, not the dead one." I nodded. I knew he was right. I spent the rest of the winter in the orchard, but I wasn't just pruning trees anymore. I was preparing. I talked to the seasonal workers who started arriving in the spring. I told them stories around the campfire. I didn't tell them I was Elia's thorn. I just told them about a cave that learned voices and why it had to be silenced. I saw the way they listened. They didn't reach for their phones. They didn't try to record me. They just sat there, their faces lit by the fire, their eyes wide. They took the story into themselves, where it would change and grow and eventually fade, as all stories should. One morning, as the apple blossoms were beginning to break white across the valley, a black SUV drove up the dirt road. It didn't belong there. It was too clean, too expensive. I was in the middle of the north row, my shears in hand. I watched as the door opened and a man stepped out. It wasn't Marcus Vance. It was someone younger, someone with the same sharp, predatory look of a hunter who had finally found a scent. He looked around the orchard, his gaze resting on the bunkhouse, then the trees. He started walking toward me. I didn't run, I didn't hide. I just stood there, the sun warm on my back, the smell of blossoms thick in the air. I felt the life signal pulsing in my own blood, not as a digital file, but as a simple, unrepeatable fact. The man stopped a few feet away. He looked at my weathered face, my stained clothes, my calloused hands. "Elia's thorn?" he asked. I looked at him and then I looked past him, at the old man sitting on the bench, at the trees that were living and dying in their own time, at the sky that held no data. "No," I said, and the lie felt like the truest thing I had ever spoken. "He's gone. He didn't make it out of the desert." The man frowned, checking a tablet in his hand. The facial recognition software flagged this location. The biometric markers. "The software is wrong," I said, stepping closer. "It's looking for a ghost, but there's nothing here but the trees, and they don't have voices." The man looked frustrated. He looked at his screen, then at me, then back at his screen. He was trapped in the loop of his own certainty, unable to see the man standing right in front of him because the data didn't perfectly align. "You're sure?" he asked. "I'm sure," I said, "but if you're looking for something to record, you should listen to the wind. It's got a lot to say today, but you'd better hurry. It won't say it again." The man stared at me for a long moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Then he shook his head, climbed back into his SUV, and drove away, leaving a cloud of dust that slowly settled back onto the road. I watched him go, feeling the silence return to the valley. It wasn't the silence of a tomb. It was the silence of a beginning. I turned back to the tree I was pruning. I made a cut, a clean, sharp snip that removed a dead branch to make room for the new growth. I didn't think about the notch. I didn't think about Ethelgard. I just thought about the apple that would grow from this spot and how it would taste and how, after it was eaten, it would be gone forever. And that was enough. That was more than enough. The dust from the SUV's tires lingered in the air long after the engine's whine had faded into the distance. It hung there, a golden haze in the morning light, before gravity finally claimed it, pulling it down to coat the waxy leaves of the Braeburns. I stood with my shears open, my thumb tracing the bypass blade. My heart was beating, but it wasn't the frantic, jagged rhythm of the man who had crawled through the electrified fence. It was steady. It was a clock that didn't care about the time. Arthur came limping down the row a few minutes later, his straw hat pulled low against the rising heat. He didn't ask what the man in the suit wanted. He didn't ask why I was staring at the road like I'd seen a resurrection. He just stopped at the tree I had been working on and nodded at the clean cut I'd made. "You missed a sucker near the graft," he said, pointing a gnarled finger at a thin, rebellious shoot leeching energy from the main trunk. "They always try to revert to the wild stock. You have to be diligent. If you let the old roots have their way, the fruit turns bitter." I nipped the shoot away. He had my face on a screen, Arthur. He had my gait, my bone structure, the distance between my pupils. He was looking right at the map of me. "Maps aren't the territory," Arthur grunted. He was looking for a ghost. You gave him a man with dirt under his nails and the smell of manure on his coat doesn't compute for those types. To them, if you aren't emitting a signal, you're just part of the background radiation. You've become noise, Elias, and noise is the only thing their machines can't categorize. We worked in silence for the rest of the morning. The sun climbed higher, baking the scent of sap and dry grass into a heady perfume. Every time a bird chirped or the wind rattled the irrigation pipes, I felt a momentary flare of the old paranoia, the instinctual need to know, but it passed more quickly now. I was learning to let the sounds wash over me without trying to triangulate their source. I was learning to be unindexed. That evening, as the shadows of the trees stretched out like long, dark fingers across the valley floor, I went back to the bunkhouse and looked at the stack of pages I had written. They were messy. There were crossouts and ink blots, smudges of grease from the kitchen, and a faint tea stain on the corner of page 4. In the world of Ethelgard, this would be considered a corrupted file. To me, it looked like a living document. It had a history. I realized then that the man in the SUV wouldn't be the last. Marcus Vance was a man of cold, geometric persistence. He wouldn't believe a glitch in the software. He would simply send a better version of the software. They would come back with thermal scanners, with DNA swabs, with satellites that could read the heat signature of my breath. The orchard was a sanctuary, but it was also a target. By staying here, I was pinning a map coordinate to Arthur's piece. I found Arthur in the shed, sharpening a chainsaw. The rhythmic scree-scree of the file against the metal teeth was the only sound in the twilight. "I have to go," I said. The filing stopped. Arthur didn't look up. He tested the edge of a tooth with his thumb, a gesture of practiced nonchalance. I figured, the blossoms are pretty, but they don't hide much once the wind picks up. "I'm sorry," I said. "I brought the noise to your gate." "Don't flatter yourself," Arthur said, finally looking at me. His eyes were shadowed, two deep wells of ancient, stubborn light. The noise was always coming. You just gave it a reason to hurry. Where will you go? Back to the city? Try to disappear in the crowd? No, I said, looking at the stack of pages in my hand. The crowd is where they're loudest. I'm going to go where the signals don't reach. The high country. The places where the geography is too broken for a cell tower and the weather is too temperamental for a drone. The off-grid dream, Arthur spat, though there was no venom in it. People have been trying that for decades. They always come back for salt or medicine or a bit of conversation. You can't outrun the world, Elias. I'm not trying to outrun it, I said. I'm trying to haunt it. I have the story now. If I stay in one place, the story dies with me. But if I move, if I leave these pages in diners and bus stations, if I tell them to the hikers and the drifters, maybe the signal starts to fray. Maybe people start looking at their screens and seeing the bars of a cage instead of a window. Arthur stood up, his joints popping like dry kindling. He walked over to a locked wooden chest in the corner of the shed and pulled out a heavy, waxed canvas rucksack. He tossed it at my feet. Take it, he said. It's got a bedroll, a mess kit, and enough dried beef to get you over the pass. There's a map in the side pocket. It's a paper one. No GPS, no recalculating, just ink on pulp. If you get lost, you stay lost until you find yourself. That's how it used to work. Thank you, Arthur. Don't thank me yet. The mountains in the spring are a cruel mistress. And Elias. Well, yeah. Don't become a martyr. The world has enough of those. Just be a man who remembers what it's like to have a secret. I left that night under a moon that was nothing more than a silver sliver in the velvet black. I didn't take the road. I headed straight up the eastern ridge, following a deer trail that smelled of pine needles and damp stone. Every few hundred yards, I stopped and listened. I wasn't listening for the hum of the cave or the pulse of a server. I was listening for the heartbeat of the mountain, the slow, tectonic shifting of a world that didn't know my name and didn't care to learn it. By the time the sun broke over the peaks, I was high above the valley. The orchard looked like a toy set, a tiny patch of green defiant against the vast, alkaline gray of the desert. I could see the road, a thin ribbon of black, and for a moment I thought I saw a glint of sunlight off a windshield, miles away, heading north. I turned my back on it and kept climbing. The weeks that followed were a blur of physical exertion and sensory overload. I hiked through the Ruby Mountains, moving through canyons where the walls were so high and narrow that the sky was just a blue thread. I slept in caves, real caves, cold and indifferent, filled with the smell of bat guano and ancient dust. They didn't echo my thoughts. They didn't try to preserve my voice. They just held the dark. In a small town called Lamil, I sat in a laundromat and watched an old woman fold sheets. She had a tablet propped up on a dryer, playing a looped video of a fireplace. The crackle was digital, thin and metallic. "The real thing's too much smoke," she said when she caught me staring. "This is cleaner, never goes out." "But you can't feel the heat," I said. She looked at me like I was speaking a dead language. "It's the idea of it that matters, honey. The ambience. Everything's ambience now." I left 3 pages of my manuscript on the folding table when I walked out. I didn't wait to see if she read them. I just hoped the ink would smudge her fingers. I hoped the physical reality of the paper would disrupt the ambience of her afternoon. I became a ghost of the high places. I traded labor for food at isolated ranches where the internet was a luxury and the mail came once a week. I told my stories by the light of kerosene lamps. I told them about the notch, about the way Marcus Vance looked when he thought he was becoming a god, and about the girl in the minivan who was being held captive in a loop of F-sharp. I saw the change in their eyes. It wasn't always belief. Sometimes it was just the recognition of a shared nightmare. They knew, in some primal part of their lizard brains, that the world was being hollowed out. They knew that their memories were being harvested and sold back to them as content. My story gave them a name for the itch in their souls. But as I moved, I felt the net tightening. In a diner near the Idaho border, I saw my own face on a television screen. It wasn't a news report. It was a commercial for a new Ethelgard initiative called the Legacy Project. They used my image, the version of me from the company ID, clean-shaven and bright-eyed, as the poster boy for digital immortality. Elias Thorne chose to live forever. The voiceover purred over a backdrop of soaring mountains and golden light. He is the pioneer of the new frontier. Join him. Save your soul before it's too late. They had turned my rebellion into a marketing campaign. They had taken the man who broke the mirror and turned him into the mirror's greatest advocate. It was a masterstroke of corporate alchemy. By declaring me uploaded, they had effectively killed the physical version of me. If I showed up now, claiming to be the real Elias, I would be seen as an imposter, a lunatic, or a deepfake designed to tarnish a legacy. I sat in the booth, staring at my own dead eyes on the screen, and felt a cold, hollow laughter bubbling up in my chest. They hadn't just captured my voice. They had captured my identity and turned it into a prison. "You okay, sugar?" the waitress asked, pouring more coffee. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I have," I said, my voice sounding strange even to me. "I think I just saw myself die." I walked out of the diner and into a driving rainstorm. The water soaked through my canvas jacket, chilling me to the bone. I welcomed it. The cold was real. The wet was real. The shivering of my muscles was a biological process that couldn't be simulated. I realized then that I couldn't just haunt the edges of the world. I couldn't just leave pages in laundromats. As long as the Legacy Project existed, as long as Vance was selling the lie of the notch, the voices I had tried to free were still trapped in a different kind of architecture. The cave wasn't a place anymore. It was an idea. And you can't collapse an idea with a life signal virus. I needed to find the source, not the physical servers. Those would be guarded by private armies and redundant firewalls, but the man who held the keys to the narrative. I needed to find Marcus Vance. I knew where he would be. He wouldn't be in a desert or a mountain. He would be in the center of the noise. He would be in San Francisco, in the glass towers that looked out over the bay, surrounded by the hum of the world he was trying to digitize. I turned south. The journey was different this time. I wasn't running away, I was hunting. I avoided the major highways, sticking to the old logging roads and the forgotten tracks of the Sierras. I moved like a predator, silent and focused. I stopped writing. There was no more time for testaments. There was only the mission. As I descended from the mountains into the Central Valley, the air grew thick and heavy with the smell of exhaust and industry. The silence of the high country was replaced by the constant, low-frequency throb of the grid. I could feel it in my teeth, the Wi-Fi signals, the cellular pings, the invisible web of data that connected every living soul to the great, hungry machine. I reached the outskirts of the city on a Tuesday. The fog was rolling in off the Pacific, a cold, gray blanket that muffled the lights of the skyline. I looked like a vagrant, beard overgrown, clothes tattered, skin tanned to the color of old leather. I was invisible in the way only the truly broken are invisible. I walked through the Mission District, past the tech buses and the artisanal coffee shops, my boots echoing on the pavement. People looked through me. To them, I was a glitch in the scenery, a piece of unoptimized data. I found the Ethelgard headquarters. It was a monolith of black glass and steel, rising out of the fog like a tombstone. There were no signs, no logos. It didn't need them. The building itself was a statement of absolute, unblinking power. I sat on a bench across the street and waited. I didn't have a plan. I didn't have a weapon. All I had was the truth and a voice that had learned how to be heard in the dark. Hours passed, the sun set, and the building began to glow from within, a grid of light that mimicked the stars. Around midnight, a sleek black sedan pulled up to the private entrance. The security gates slid open with a hiss of hydraulics. A man stepped out of the car. He was older than he had been in the desert, his hair more silver, his posture more rigid. He looked up at the building, his face illuminated by the cold blue light of the lobby. It was Vance. He looked triumphant. He looked like a man who had conquered death and was now simply waiting for the rest of the world to catch up. He started toward the doors, his footsteps clicking on the polished stone. I stood up, my legs were stiff, my heart hammering against my ribs. I crossed the street, moving out of the shadows and into the light of the perimeter lamps. Marcus, I called out. The name hung in the air, a physical thing. Vance stopped. He didn't turn around immediately. He stood perfectly still, as if he were analyzing the frequency of the sound, comparing it to a database of known threats. Then, slowly, he turned. His eyes scanned me, moving from my boots to my face. I saw the moment of recognition. I saw the flicker of genuine, human shock, the one thing his machines could never quite predict. Alias, he whispered. The software said I was dead, I said, stepping closer. It said I was a pioneer. It said I was a legacy. Vance recovered quickly. The shock vanished, replaced by a smooth, polished mask of corporate concern. He took a step toward me, his hand reaching out as if to touch a holy relic. You're a miracle, he said, his voice rich with feigned emotion. We thought we'd lost you in the collapse. The data. The data is a lie, Marcus. You know it, and I know it. There is no legacy. There is just a recording of a scream that you've turned into a lullaby. Vance's smile didn't falter, but his eyes turned cold. You always were a romantic, Elias. You think the real world has some inherent value that a simulation lacks, but look around you. The real world is dying. It's dirty, it's violent, it's temporary. I'm offering humanity a way out. I'm offering them a garden that never withers. A garden where nothing grows, I countered. You're not saving us. You're just taxidermying the soul. Vance sighed, a sound of profound disappointment. You could have been a god, Elias. Instead, you chose to be a beggar. Why are you here? Did you come to kill me? To blow up another building? You're a footnote now, a ghost in the machine. I didn't come to kill you, I said, reaching into my pocket and pulling out the final pages of my manuscript. I came to give you a gift. I held out the papers. Vance looked at them with disdain but curiosity. That ancient, human flaw forced him to take them. He glanced at the messy, handwritten scrawl. What is this? It's the one thing you don't have, I said. It's a story that hasn't been backed up. It's a memory that exists only on those pages and in my head. And if you want to keep your legacy alive, you're going to have to listen to me, because I'm the only one who knows how the life signal actually ends. Vance narrowed his eyes. The signal ended with the collapse of the cave. No, I said, a slow smile spreading across my face. The signal didn't end. It's still running. I didn't just upload it to the cave, Marcus. I uploaded it to the grid. It's in your servers. It's in your satellites. It's a dormant code waiting for a trigger. The lie was beautiful. It was a virus of the mind, a ghost in the logic. I could see the doubt beginning to chew at the edges of his certainty. He lived in a world of data. If the data was compromised, his entire reality was a house of cards. "You're bluffing," he hissed. "Am I? You know how good I was. You know what I built. Do you really want to bet your immortality on the hope that I'm lying?" I stepped back, melting into the fog. The security guards were moving toward us now, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. "I'll be watching, Marcus," I called out, my voice fading into the white noise of the city. "Every time your system glitches, every time a file is corrupted, every time the lights flicker, that'll be me. I'm the noise you can't filter out." I turned and ran, not with fear, but with a sense of savage, exhilarating freedom. I disappeared into the dark alleys of the city, a man who didn't exist, carrying a truth that couldn't be saved. The war wasn't over, but for the first time, the machine was afraid of the silence. The fog swallowed the Ethelgard Tower behind me, turning its obsidian geometry into a vague, bruised thumbprint against the sky. I didn't look back. I didn't need to see the security team scrambling or the way Marcus Vance would be staring at those smudged pages, his thumb tracing the ink as if it were a tactile glitch he could rub away. I had given him the one thing a man of absolute data cannot survive, an unquantifiable doubt. I moved through the city like a shadow cast by a dying candle. I navigated by the smell of salt from the bay and the low-frequency hum of the power lines, avoiding the smart intersections where cameras pulsed with infrared recognition. My destination wasn't a hideout, it was a transition. I found the small, independent radio station tucked into the attic of a crumbling Victorian in the Lower Haight. It was a relic of a different era, a place where the air was thick with the smell of ozone and dust-covered vinyl. The man behind the board was named Cale, a skeletal figure with headphones permanently fused to his skull. He didn't ask for my ID. He didn't ask for my story. He just looked at my hands, calloused, stained with mountain soil and fountain pen ink, and pointed to the spare mic. "You the one there calling the ghost?" Cale asked, his voice a gravelly whisper. "I'm the one who remembers the silence," I said. He nodded, a slow, rhythmic movement. "The grid is screaming tonight, Elias. They're pushing the Legacy Project update. Every screen in the city is showing your face. They're saying you've been optimized, that you're the first consciousness to achieve pure, error-free stasis." "Then let's give them some errors," I said. I sat down. The headphones felt heavy, a physical weight that tethered me to the electronic pulse of the world. Cale slid a fader up. The on-air light glowed a dull, honest red. This wasn't the high-fidelity crystalline stream of Ethelgard. This was analog. This was a signal that drifted, that picked up static from passing cars and solar flares. It was vulnerable. It was alive. "My name is Elias Thorne," I said into the mesh, "and I am not a legacy." I talked for 3 hours. I didn't use a script. I told them about the weight of the water in the notch, the way the light fractured through the ice, and the specific, terrifying sound of a human soul being compressed into a file format. I told them about the girl in the minivan, still singing her loop of F-sharp in the dark of a server rack. I told them that immortality wasn't a gift, it was a recycling program for ghosts. "They want your memories because they've run out of their own," I told the sleeping city. "They want your grief because it's the only thing that still has a pulse. But a memory isn't a file. It's a scar. It's something that changes every time you touch it. If it doesn't change, it isn't yours." As I spoke, Kale monitored the dark web forums and the pirate relays. The signal was being picked up. It was jumping from shortwave to mesh nets, bypassing the corporate firewalls by moving through the junk frequencies the engineers had long ago abandoned. For a few hours, the narrative frayed. The perfect Elias on the billboards began to look like what he was, a puppet made of light. When I finished, my throat was raw. Kale killed the mic and sat back, the green glow of the monitors reflecting in his glasses. "They're coming for this place, you know," he said softly. "Triangulation is already hitting the local nodes." "I know," I said. "I'm leaving." "Where to now? There's nowhere left that isn't mapped." "There's the cracks," I said, "the places between the coordinates." I left through the fire escape as the first black SUVs turned the corner 3 blocks away. I didn't go back to the mountains. The mountains were a sanctuary, but I was done hiding. I went to the docks. The shipping industry was the last great analog giant. Thousands of steel boxes moving across the black expanse of the ocean, tracked by GPS but manned by men who still knew how to read the stars when the electronics failed. I found a Panamanian freighter loading grain, its hull rusted and salt-streaked. I traded a gold watch I'd kept since my days at the firm, a relic of a life I could barely remember, for a spot in the engine room. As the ship pulled away from the Golden Gate, I stood on the fantail and watched the city shrink. The lights of San Francisco looked like a motherboard, a sprawling, glowing circuit of frantic ambition. From this distance, the Ethelgard Tower was just another pin in the map. I reached into my bag and pulled out the very last page of my manuscript. It was the page I hadn't shown Vance. On it, I had written the only thing that truly mattered, a list of names. The names of the people I had heard in the cave, the real people, the ones whose voices had been stolen to build a god. I didn't burn it, I didn't bury it. I folded it into a small, tight square and tucked it into a gap in the ship's railing, wedged deep into the rusted iron. It would travel across the Pacific, through storms and sun, a physical piece of the truth hidden in the belly of a leviathan. The months that followed were a drift of salt and iron. I worked the ports of Busan, Manila, and Darwin. I became a man of the margins. I learned to recognize the others, the unindexed. We didn't have a secret handshake. We just had a way of looking at a smartphone as if it were a live grenade. We shared stories in the back of shipping containers and in the humid dark of seaside bars. The legacy project didn't fail, not exactly. It was too big to fail, but it changed. The doubt I had planted in Vance began to sprout. Reports started leaking out of Ethelgard, rumors of instability in the higher-tier uploads. The digital ghosts were beginning to stutter. They were developing eccentricities. One version of a famous CEO started reciting the names of every person he'd ever fired over and over until the file had to be quarantined. A digital socialite began to scream in a frequency that crashed the local servers. Vance had tried to build a garden, but he had forgotten that gardens require decay to stay healthy. Without death, the data simply became noise. I ended up in a small fishing village on the coast of Hokkaido. The winters there are brutal, the sea a churning cauldron of gray and white. I lived in a shack made of driftwood and corrugated tin. I spent my days mending nets and my nights listening to the radio, not the news, but the static between the stations. One evening, a young man came to my door. He was dressed in expensive technical gear that looked absurdly out of place against the salt-blasted landscape. He held a tablet in his hand, the screen glowing with a map of the coast. "I'm looking for someone," he said in hesitant Japanese. "They say there's a man here who knows about the cave that learned voices." I looked at him. He had the hungry, desperate look of someone who had spent his whole life staring at a screen and had finally realized he was starving. "There is no cave," I said, my voice sounding like the grinding of pebbles. "There is only the wind." "Please," he said, stepping forward. "I work for Ethelgard, or I did. I was an architect in the New Frontier Division. We found something, a ghost in the code, a sequence that keeps repeating. It's not a virus. It's a poem, a messy, handwritten poem about a man who walked into the dark and didn't come back." I felt a ghost of a smile touch my lips. The signal had reached the center. "What do you want from me?" I asked. "I want to know how it ends," he whispered. "The poem stops at the edge of the water. I need to know what happens after the upload. I need to know if there's anything left of us when the power goes out." I stood up and walked to the door, looking out at the vast, indifferent ocean. The stars were out, millions of them, flickering with a light that had traveled for eons just to be ignored by a world obsessed with its own glow. "Sit down," I said, gesturing to the wooden stool by the fire. "I'll tell you a story, but you have to promise me one thing." "Anything," he said. "Turn that thing off," I said, pointing to the tablet. "If you want to hear the truth, you have to listen with your own ears. No recording, no backup, just the air between us." He hesitated, his thumb hovering over the power button. It was the hardest thing he had ever done. For a moment, I thought he would refuse, that the tether was too strong, the fear of being unrecorded too great. Then, with a soft click, the screen went black. The cabin plunged into the warm, flickering orange of the firelight. "Good," I said. "Now listen. Once, there was a man who thought he could catch the world in a box." As I spoke, I felt the final tension leave my shoulders. I wasn't Elias Thorne, the pioneer. I wasn't the ghost in the machine. I was just a man in a shack, telling a story to another man. The words were disappearing as soon as they were spoken, dissolving into the salt air, leaving no trace, no data, no legacy. They were beautiful because they were temporary. In the distance, the sea roared, a sound that had no beginning and no end. It didn't need to be indexed. It didn't need to be saved. It just was. And as the fire burned low, I realized that I had finally found what I was looking for in the notch. I hadn't found immortality. I had found the peace of being forgotten. The cave had learned voices, yes, but the world had learned how to be silent again. And in that silence, for the first time in a long time, I could finally hear myself breathe. I finished the story as the sun began to gray the eastern horizon. The young man was silent, his head bowed, his hands resting empty on his knees. He looked older, tired, but the frantic light in his eyes had been replaced by something steadier, something human. "What do I do now?" he asked. "Go back," I said, "or don't. It doesn't matter. Just remember that the screen is a mirror, not a window. If you want to see the world, you have to break the glass." He stood up, thanked me, and walked out into the cold morning air. I watched him go, a small figure against the vastness of the coast. He didn't turn his tablet back on. He just walked, his boots leaving prints in the wet sand that the incoming tide would wash away in an hour. I sat back in my chair and closed my eyes. I thought of Arthur in his orchard, the smell of apple blossoms and chainsaw oil. I thought of the girl in the minivan, and I hoped that somewhere, in some flickering corner of the grid, she had finally found the next note in the song. The world would keep turning, the machines would keep humming. Marcus Vance would keep trying to build his digital heaven, but they would never have this moment. They would never have the smell of the smoke, the chill of the draft, or the specific, unrepeatable way the light hit the dust motes in the air. I was Elia's thorn. I was unindexed. I was a secret. And finally, mercifully, I was finished.